The smart glass didn't just dim, it vanished. 1 second, Marcus Thorne was staring at his own reflection. 58 years of calculated discipline etched into a jawline that hadn't softened since the Reagan administration, eyes the color of a North Atlantic winter. The next, the electrochromic layer aligned, and the Silicon Valley basin erupted into the late afternoon light. He didn't turn. He didn't need to. He knew the topography of his kingdom by heart. The serpentine ribbon of 101, choked with Teslas, the low-slung campuses of the All-Sarans, the salt ponds at the bay's edge bleeding rust-red and toxic green into the sky. $114 billion of market capitalization spread out beneath him, a circuit board of wealth he had soldered together himself over 18 brutal months. The quarterly earnings call had ended 4 minutes ago. The transcript was already being scrubbed by legal, the forward-looking statements, disclaimer, polished to a mirror sheen. Revenue, 114B. EPS beat, 12 cents. Guidance, raised. The street had inhaled the numbers and exhaled a stock price that touched $412 pre-market. A perfect quarter. A perfect year. A perfect reconstruction. Marcus exhaled, a soundless expulsion of air, and unknotted his Hermes tie. The silk whispered against the starch of his turnbull and Acer collar. He rolled his shoulders, feeling the ceramic plates in his bespoke Brioni jacket shift. The armor came off, piece by piece. War room status, he said to the empty air. The room answered. Holographic dashboards bloomed in the periphery of his vision, projected directly onto the glass by the retinal implants he'd refused to remove even after the board mandated executive wellness checkups. Cash flow, positive. Debt equity, 0.4. Headcount variance, minus 3.2%, attrition managed. Regulatory risk, low. Julian is at the door, the house AI aura, a voice like cooled honey, announced. Shall I admit, send him in. And kill the dashboards. I want analog for this. The hollow displays winked out. The glass returned to perfect transparency. Julian Keller entered without knocking. He never knocked. Knocking implied a boundary, and Julian had spent the last decade erasing the boundaries between Marcus's will and its execution. At 40, Julian moved with the quiet, lethal efficiency of a submarine navigating a minefield. His suit was charcoal, cut sharper than Marcus's, his hair a helmet of controlled dark brown. He carried a single tablet, encrypted, air-gapped, screen facing his thigh. Sir, Julian said. The honorific wasn't respect. It was lubrication for the machinery. The street is wet. Volumes 40% above average. Short interest covered 14% in the last hour. Rook put out a sell note 20 minutes ago, citing execution fatigue and key man risk. Classic Damien. He's trying to shake the tree before his own earnings next week. Marcus walked to the wet bar, a slab of black-veined Calicut marble. He poured 2 fingers of Yamazaki 18 into a hand-blown crystal glass. No ice. Ice was for people who didn't taste the wood. Rook thinks I'm tired, Marcus said, his back to Julian. Define execution fatigue for me, Julian. Is it the $28 in revenue growth? The 3 points of margin expansion? The fact that we're eating AWS's lunch in the sovereign cloud sector? Narrative matters more than numbers, Marcus. You know that. The board loves the numbers. The market loves the story. And right now, the story is, the fixer fixed it. Now what? Marcus turned, glass in hand. The story is that Helix Dynamics is the only infrastructure play with a moat wide enough to stop a nuclear winter. Let Rook bark. He's building a cloud empire on marketing decks and hope. We're building it on silicon and physics. Agreed. Which brings me to vendor 744. Marcus paused, the whiskey halfway to his lips. The temperature in the room seemed to drop a degree. The engagement hostess line item, budgeted under executive stakeholder relations, $5,000 per event. Capped at 20 events per quarter. Off-cycle, off-payroll, 1099 via Nevada LLC, Vance and Ventures. Clean. Deniable. Arthur signed off on the concept in January. Lydia reviewed the contract Tuesday. She flagged the hostess terminology as optically fragile, but approved the spend. Marcus set the glass down. He didn't drink. Optically fragile. Lydia's euphemism for this looks like a escort service if the WSJ gets a subpoena. Lydia calls it reputational surface area. She wants the file airtight. Background check is clean. No litigation. Tax returns pristine. The principal, Alina Vance, has a SAG-AFTRA card expired 2012. Did regional theater, some network procedurals. Pivoted to corporate narrative consulting 6 years ago. Client list is a who's who of pre-IPO unicorns. She preps founders for roadshows. She translates tech into trust. She's an actress. She's a translator, Julian corrected, tapping the tablet. That's the pitch. You're the worst interviewer in the valley, Marcus. You treat Q and A like a deposition. The analysts know it. The employees know it. Arthur knows it. You need someone who makes you look like you give a damn about the carbon-based life forms buying your stock. Marcus picked up the glass again. Drank. The burn was clean, expensive, fleeting. I give a damn about the right carbon-based life forms. The ones who compound capital, which is exactly why the stock trades at a discount to the sum of parts valuation. The Thorne discount, cold competence scares retail. It scares ESG funds. Arthur wants a human face for the AI ethics rollout next quarter. He wants someone to sit in the front row of the all-hands and nod at the right moments so the engineers don't feel like they're building Skynet. So I hire a professional nodder. 5,000 an event. 100 grand a year. A rounding error on the coffee budget. It's not the money. It's the code. Julian stepped closer, lowering his voice. You don't hire variables, Marcus. You eliminate them. This woman, she's a variable. She asks questions that aren't on the prep sheet. She remembers the name of the junior PM's sick dog. She stays late to help the IR team rewrite the proxy statement because the legalese hurts the soul. She doesn't optimize. She connects. That's the bug in your system. Marcus stared at his chief of staff. He saw the flicker in Julian's eyes, the proprietary terror of a man who had built his entire identity on being the only interface between the CEO and reality. Julian didn't want a translator. He wanted the monopoly on the truth. Vendor 744 starts Monday, Marcus said. First event, the Q3 all hands. Thursday. Moscone Center. $5,000. If she makes me look human, I'll double the contract. If she leaks a single syllable of strategy, I'll have Lydia bury her in NDAs until her grandchildren need permission to speak. Julian smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. Understood. I'll have security badge her for the 42nd floor access. Escort only. No solo elevator rides. Obviously. Julian nodded, pivoted on a heel costing more than a Honda Civic and left. The door side shut. Marcus was alone again. He walked back to the glass. Aura restored the dashboards at a subvocal command. Numbers cascaded down the view of the valley. Revenue. Margin. Churn. CAC. LTV. He swiped a hand through the air. Personnel contractors. Vendor 744. The file opened. A headshot filled the transparent pane, superimposed over the Google campus across the highway. Alina Vance. The photo was not a corporate headshot. No gray backdrop, no forced rictus of confidence. It was candid. She was laughing, head thrown back, throat exposed, one hand clutching a paper coffee cup, the other gesturing wildly at something outside the frame. Sunlight caught the honey highlights in dark hair, cut in a messy bob. She wore a charcoal turtleneck, frayed at the cuffs. No jewelry. No makeup that he could see. She looked like trouble. The specific, unquantifiable kind that didn't show up on a balance sheet. Marcus stared at the frozen laughter. He memorized the geometry of it. The crinkle at the corner of the eyes, genuine, Duchenne marker. The asymmetry of the smile, left side higher, nerve damage. Old injury, the way the light hit the bridge of her nose. Variable, he thought. Unmodeled. Unhedged. He minimized the file. The valley returned, pristine and indifferent. The all-hands at Moscone Center smelled of ozone, stale croissants, and the specific anxiety of 10,000 engineers pretending they understood the strategic pivot to generative infrastructure. Marcus stood in the wings of the main stage, reviewing the teleprompter script one last time. Slide 14, Margin Expansion. Slide 15, the Helix Horizon AI Ethics Framework. Slide 16, Q&A. He hated Slide 16. He hated the performative democracy of it. He hated the pre-screened softballs from the chosen few, the applause signs, the way the lights blinded him to the faces in the cheap seats. Mr. Thorne. 2 minutes, a stage manager. A headset. A clipboard. The machinery of the show. Marcus adjusted his cufflinks. Tungsten. Indestructible. Alina Vance, she's in row G, section 4. With the IR team. She has the spontaneous question card for the ethics section. Good. Keep her there. He walked onto the stage. The lights hit him, harsh, white, surgical. The roar of the crowd was a physical pressure wave. He gripped the lectern, centered his weight, engaged the diaphragmatic breathing he'd learned from a vocal coach in 2003. Good morning, the word hung in the vast space. 10,000 screens snapped to attention. 10,000 minds synchronized to his frequency. He delivered the numbers. Revenue. Margin. Cash flow. He delivered them with the rhythmic certainty of a metronome. He didn't look at the screens. He looked through them, at the code running underneath the business. And that brings us to our Helix Horizon initiative. Artificial intelligence is not merely a product line. It is a civilizational substrate. As such, we are committing $2 billion to the Horizon Ethics and Safety Board, chaired by Dr. Eris Thorne. He paused. The name on the teleprompter. His son. The fracture. The teleprompter scrolled. He didn't stutter. He didn't blink. And administered by a cross-functional council, including external advisors. We believe alignment is not a constraint. It is a compounding asset. Applause. Polite. Orchestrated. Now we have time for a few questions. First up. Section 4, row G. Marcus didn't look at the monitor, showing the audience camera feed. He knew the choreography. He waited. A woman stood up. The house lights caught her. Row G, section 4. The charcoal turtleneck. The messy bob. The paper coffee cup in her hand. She'd brought it from the lobby, ignoring the branded Helix ceramic mugs. She didn't look at the CEO. She looked at the man standing in the light. Marcus, she said. Her voice didn't need the microphone. It carried, warm and clear, cutting through the PA system's compression. $2 billion for ethics. That's a nice line item. But the prompt injection vulnerability in the Helix 7 inference engine was patched. What, 3 weeks ago? Before the exploit went public, a gasp rippled through the first 5 rows. The IR director in the wings had a minor cardiac event. Marcus could see the stage manager frantically signaling, "Cut the feed." Marcus didn't move. He didn't reach for the water. He looked at her. The algorithms in his head, 30 years of risk modeling, scenario planning, game theory, spun up 1,000 responses. Deflect. Defer to CTO. Classify as confidential. Attack the premise. He discarded them all. The patch deployed Tuesday, 03:00 UTC, Marcus said. His voice was quiet, conversational. The arena leaned in. We caught it in the red team simulation. No customer data exposed. But you're right. The line item isn't the patch. The line item is the culture that let the vulnerability sit in staging for 11 days because the team optimizing for velocity didn't talk to the team optimizing for safety. 2 billion buys the conversation. It doesn't buy the trust. Trust is earned in the 11 days. Not the press release, silence. Absolute, vibrating silence. 10,000 engineers holding their breath. The woman, Alina, nodded. Once. Slowly. She sat down. Marcus watched her disappear into the row. He didn't watch the rest of the Q&A. He didn't hear the next 3 questions. The teleprompter blurred into white noise. For the first time in 18 months, the code stopped running. He saw the reflection in her eyes. Not the CEO. Not the fixer. Not the architect. He saw a man standing in a glass cage, talking to himself in a language no one else spoke. And for a heartbeat, the cage didn't feel like a fortress. It felt like a tomb. Lydia Stern was waiting in his office when he returned. She didn't stand when he entered. She never stood. At 45, the general counsel of Helix Dynamics possessed the stillness of a crocodile on a mud bank. Her suit was armor-plated charcoal, her blouse a severe white silk. Her blonde hair was pulled back, with enough tension to lift a suspension bridge. She held a tablet. The light from the screen washed her face in blue. "Close the door, Marcus," she said. He closed it. He walked to the bar. He needed the Yamazaki again. He poured a generous measure, neat. "The all hands," Lydia said. "The Vance woman." She went off script. She asked a technical question. I gave a technical answer. She asked about a classified security incident. The Helix 7 injection vector is under active DOJ seal. She knew the patch date. She knew the staging timeline. She knew the internal team dynamic. Lydia swiped a finger. I've run her digital exhaust. Her firm, Vance and Ventures, consulted for the red team vendor, Black Cell Security, 6 months ago. Conflict of interest? Maybe. Material, non-public information leak. Definitely, Marcus drank. The whiskey was ash on his tongue. Julian vetted her. Julian vetted the LLC. He didn't vet the human. There is a difference. One appears on a background check. The other appears in the metadata. She turned the tablet toward him. A heat map of communication frequencies. Look at the geolocation clustering. Her phone. Your phone. The Napa cell tower. 3 weekends last month. The CTO strategy offsite. Calendar invites Julian created. The GPS puts 2 devices at a vineyard called Terroir. No CTO present. No strategy docs accessed on the corporate VPN. Marcus set the glass down on the marble. The sound was a gunshot in the quiet room. The algorithm, he said. It wasn't a question. The algorithm, Lydia confirmed. Passive ingestion mode. Anomaly detection only. It flagged the expense reports Julian coded, CTO offsite, vendor strategy session. Round numbers, Marcus. $1,500. $4,500. $18,900. Auditors love round numbers. They look like placeholders. Placeholders look like fraud. The vineyard is real. The dinners are real. The conversations are real. Define conversations, Marcus. Because the FCPA defines business purpose very narrowly. The board defines it even narrower. Arthur defines it as whatever keeps the stock above $400. And right now, you have handed a loaded gun to a woman who spent a decade pretending to be other people for a living. An actress. A variable. She's not a variable, Lydia. She's the only thing in this building that isn't a line item. Lydia's expression didn't change. Not a micro-expression. Not a flicker. That is the most dangerous thing you have ever said. And I have heard you authorize a hostile takeover at 3:00 a.m. on a Sunday while your wife was in the hospital. Sarah was in the hospital for a routine biopsy. She forbade me from visiting. Exactly. You optimize for the machine. You always have. But this, she tapped the screen. The heat map pulsed. This isn't optimization. This is exposure. Vendor 744 is a conduit. If the SEC looks at the expense codes, they see falsification of books and records. If the plaintiff's bar looks at the Napa pings, they see a personal relationship subsidized by shareholders. If the Journal gets the Gloria Aldridge letter, Gloria Aldridge, the name snapped him upright. Alina's lawyer. She hasn't sent it. But she drafted it. My sources in the Delaware Chancery clerk's office saw the retainer agreement hit the docket yesterday. Subject line: hostile work environment / misuse of corporate assets / quid pro quo. Dated June 29th. Today is June 28th. Marcus went cold. The Yamazaki warmth vanished, replaced by the familiar, sharp clarity of the crisis state. June 29th. Tomorrow. She's front-running the algorithm, Marcus said. She knows the anomaly cluster is hot. She's forcing the settlement before the investigation goes formal. Smart, Lydia said. Aldridge doesn't litigate. She narrates. She'll frame the romance as coercion. Power imbalance. CEO grooms vendor. Board ignores red flags. The stock drops 20% on the headline alone. Arthur folds. You resign. Alina walks with $20 million and a sealed record. Julian takes the fall for the expense codes. I clean up the derivative suits. Clean. Surgical. The machine survives, and the variable is eliminated. Paid off. Silenced. The NDA gets signed. The vineyard gets sold. The algorithm gets patched to ignore geolocation clusters under executive privacy. We move on. Marcus walked to the window. The smart glass was clear. Night had fallen. The valley was a constellation of LED status lights. Green for go. Red for stop. Blue for Bluetooth. He thought of the rain on the stone roof of terroir. The smell of damp earth and old burgundy. The sound of her beating him at chess, 3 games to 1, while he tried to explain the discounted cash flow model of his own legacy. You're optimizing for a ghost, Marcus. Optimize for the morning. She had burned the corner of his 10-year projection with a candle. Just the corner. A singed curve on the glossy paper. Lydia, he said. Marcus, kill the algorithm. She didn't move. Excuse me, the passive ingestion. The anomaly detection. Turn it off. Air-gap the expense database. Delete the Napa pings from the telemetry logs. Julian's calendar invites, recode them. Actual CTO offsites. Real locations. Real agendas. Backdate the VPN logs. Marcus, Her voice dropped, losing the honey, gaining the steel. That is obstruction. That is Sarbanes-Oxley violation. That is federal prison time. For round numbers on a dinner receipt. For a woman, for the truth, he corrected. The expense reports are the lie. The dinners are the truth. I will not let the machine eat the only honest thing I've touched in 20 years. Lydia stared at him. The silence stretched, heavy with the weight of a $114 billion enterprise hanging on the whim of a man who had just decided to break his own rules. You understand, she said slowly, that if you do this, you are no longer the fixer. You are the risk. And I am the general counsel. My fiduciary duty is to the corporation. Not to you. Not to your mourning. I understand, Marcus said. He turned from the window. His face was calm. The mask was back. The architect had returned. Draft the memo. Remediation of expense coding errors. Internal audit only. No external disclosure. Julian takes the coding error on the chin, administrative oversight. He keeps his job. He keeps his bonus. He keeps his silence. And Alina stays. Vendor 744 gets renewed. Full compliance review. Above board. Transparent. She becomes the most vetted contractor in the history of the valley. Arthur will need to approve. I'll handle Arthur. And the Aldridge letter, Marcus picked up his glass. He looked at the amber liquid, catching the city lights. Let it arrive tomorrow, he said. We'll read it together. Over breakfast. At Terroir, he drank. This time, the burn didn't fade. It settled in his chest, a hot coal in the furnace. Get out, Lydia, he said quietly. And send Julian in. We have a fiction to write, Lydia stood. She gathered her tablet. Her armor didn't clank, but he felt the weight of it leaving the room. Marcus, she said at the door. The algorithm. It doesn't forget. It only waits for the next query. You can delete the logs. You can't delete the pattern. I know, Marcus said. That's why I'm not deleting the pattern. I'm just changing the variable. The door closed. Marcus Thorne stood alone on the 42nd floor, the master of a $114 billion machine, holding a glass of whiskey, staring at a vineyard that didn't exist on any map, waiting for the woman who had burned his spreadsheet to ask him the next question he couldn't answer. He checked his watch. 6:14 p.m. He opened his calendar. He typed, strategy session offsite. Recurring. Mon/Fry. Indefinite. He hit send invite. The system churned. Invitation sent. Accepted. The sender, Marcus Thorne. The recipient, Alina Vance. The subject line blinked once, then solidified. The morning. Marcus exhaled. The first honest breath of the quarter. He walked to his desk, pulled the top drawer, and took out a single, folded piece of paper. The singed corner was crisp, blackened at the edges. He unfolded it. The 10-year projection. The numbers blurred. But in the margin, in blue ballpoint, the handwriting was legible. Optimize for the morning. Lee. He smoothed the paper flat on the mahogany. He picked up his Mont Blanc. He didn't sign a contract. He didn't approve a budget. He wrote beneath her words, done. Then he turned off the light and walked into the dark glass cage to wait for the dawn. Chapter 2, Terroir. The cancellation came at 4:17 p.m., delivered in the flat, affectless tone of Julian Keller's voice over the encrypted line. The Singapore Sovereign Wealth Fund flight, delayed mechanical. CTO offsite is scrubbed. Calendar clear until the 8:00 a.m. earnings prep. Marcus Thorne didn't sigh. Sighing was a physiological inefficiency, a leak in the hydraulic seal of the persona. He simply ended the call, the screen of his secure phone fading to black, reflecting the ghost of the 42nd floor back at him. The smart glass walls opacity locked to opaque, the view of the valley, a circuit board of gold and green, hidden behind a membrane of liquid crystals. The room smelled of ozone, expensive coffee, and the distinct, dry heat scent of money that has never been touched by human hands. He stood still for 3 seconds. A long time, in Marcus' time. 3 seconds was a high-frequency trade executed, $1 billion shifted. Then he moved. Not to the bar. Not to the Peloton in the adjacent wellness suite. He walked to the credenza behind his desk, bypassed the Macallan 25, and pulled a worn canvas duffel from the bottom shelf. He packed a charcoal Brunello Cucinelli sweater, a pair of dark wash jeans that had never seen a boardroom, and a leather jacket, soft, distressed horsehide, that smelled of rain and gasoline and the one version of himself the market didn't own. He texted a single word to the driver waiting in the subterranean garage. Napa. The drive north was a decompression chamber. The Maybach suspension swallowed the 101, then the 37, the highway lights bleeding into long, white streaks against the windshield. Rain began to fall halfway across the Carquinez Bridge, heavy, warm sheets of it that turned the headlights into diffuse halos. Marcus watched the wipers fight a losing battle, the rhythm hypnotic, metronomic. Left. Right. Left. Right. He didn't check email. He didn't review the Q3 projections. He watched the geography change, the industrial sprawl of the East Bay surrendering to the rolling, oak-dotted hills of the north, the air pressure dropping in the cabin, the smell of wet eucalyptus and fermenting grape skins bleeding through the HEPA filtration. Terroir. The French had a word for it. The taste of the place. The sum of the soil, the slope, the fog, the history. A variable that could not be modeled, only respected. He was driving into the only variable he couldn't hedge. The estate had no sign. No gate code. Just a break in the cypress row wide enough for a single car, leading up a gravel drive that crunched loud in the storm. The house appeared suddenly through the trees, a 1920s stone manor, honey-colored limestone softened by a century of moss and vine. It sat low in a bowl of land, hugging the earth as if trying to disappear. No security cameras on the eaves. No smart home sensors blinking in the dark. Just windows glowing with the warm, tungsten amber of firelight. The front door opened before the Maybach's engine died. Alina Vance stood in the threshold. She wore an oversized cream cable knit sweater that swallowed her hands, legs bare below the hem, feet sunk into worn leather clogs. Her hair was a dark, wet tangle. She'd been outside. No makeup. The harsh, architectural contouring required for the executive engagement hostess. Persona was gone, scrubbed away, leaving skin that looked like paper over candlelight. She held a glass of red wine in one hand, a paper cup in the other. Singleton Vineyard, 2016, she called out over the rain, her voice carrying a smile he couldn't see but felt in his chest. $3,000 a bottle. I'm drinking it from a Dixie cup because I refuse to wash crystal stemware for a man who cancels a CTO dinner to play hooky. Marcus stepped out into the downpour. The rain was instant, soaking the shoulders of his leather jacket, plastering his silver hair to his skull. He didn't run. He walked up the stone steps, water dripping from the edge of his jaw. Vendor 744, he said, stopping on the porch, close enough to smell the rain on her skin, petrichor and something floral underneath. Jasmine. You're off script. Script was facilitate executive bonding, she said, stepping aside, the warmth of the house rushing out to meet him. Off script is facilitate executive breathing. Come in, Marcus. You're tracking mud on the Persian rug. It's a reproduction. I checked. He entered, the heavy door thudding shut behind him, sealing out the storm. The silence inside was profound, thick, textured, the silence of thick stone walls and deep piles. No hum of HVAC. No ambient server whine. Just the crackle of a fire in a massive stone hearth and the ticking of a grandfather clock in the hall. "Trade the jacket for the sweater," she commanded, not looking at him, walking toward the great room. "The horsehide smells like a gas station. The sweater smells like a sheep. Be the sheep tonight." He peeled off the wet leather, the cold fabric sticking to his dress shirt. He pulled the cashmere over his head. It was soft. Absurdly soft. A tactile anomaly in a life of starched poplin and armor-plated wool. He found her in the great room, a cavernous space dominated by a chessboard on a low table between two deep leather armchairs. The board was mid-game. White was losing badly. "Sit," she said, pouring from a decanter into the second paper cup. "White to move. You're down a rook, a knight, and your queen is trapped in the corner by a bishop and a pawn. It's embarrassing, really." Julian would have resigned 10 moves ago. Marcus sat. The leather creaked. He wrapped his large hands around the paper cup. The heat seeped through the thin cardboard, burning his fingertips. Grounding. A biohack for panic attacks. He wasn't panicking. He was something worse. He was unmoored. He studied the board. Julian plays for position. "I play for time. Time ran out 5 moves ago," she said, settling into the opposite chair, tucking her bare feet under her. "Your king is naked. The only legal move is KF1. Delaying the inevitable. Sometimes the inevitable is the strategy," he murmured. He picked up the king, a weighted Stanton piece, rosewood, cool against his palm. He moved it 1 square. "Tap." "Check," she said instantly, moving a pawn. "Tap." "Mate in 3. No matter what you do," he looked at the board. She was right. The geometry was absolute. No synonyms. No spin. No adjusted EBITDA. "Mate in 3, he repeated. He picked up his king and laid it down on its side. Resignation. Alina didn't gloat. She didn't reset the pieces. She just watched him, her dark eyes reflecting the fire, unblinking. The appraisal of a director watching a rough cut. "Does the scene land?" "Why the vineyard, Marcus?" she asked. No honorific. No Mr. Thorne, just the name. Why not the 4 Seasons? Why not the penthouse at the Fairmont? Why a stone house in a flood zone with no Wi-Fi and a chess set missing a white knight? He stared into the paper cup. The burgundy was a black hole in the dim light. Because the 4 Seasons has cameras. The Fairmont has keycards logged to the cloud. The penthouse has microphones in the smoke detectors. Julian sweeps them weekly. I sweep them daily. And here, he said, his voice dropping, roughening at the edges, the only thing listening is the rain. And the algorithm can't read rain. She tilted her head. The algorithm, the compliance AI. Lydia's pet project. It ingests the expense feed, the calendar, the geolocation pings, the credit card swipes. It looks for patterns. Anomaly detection. It flags round numbers. It flags CTO offsite, coded to a vineyard where the CTO hasn't been in 18 months. He looked up, meeting her gaze. It flags us. Every Tuesday. Every Thursday. The geolocation cluster of 2 phones, mine and yours, stationary for 4 hours in a vineyard with no meeting rooms. Alina didn't flinch. She took a sip of the $3,000 wine from the paper cup. Round numbers, she mused. Julian told you to use round numbers. Auditors ignore round numbers. He didn't tell me. He anticipated me. He built the shell vendor. He coded the calendar invites. He submitted the receipts before I even packed the duffel. A muscle in Marcus's jaw ticked. That's the terrifying part. I didn't have to give the order. The machine knew what I wanted before I did. It falsified the record to protect the variable it couldn't optimize. Which variable? You. The word hung in the air, heavier than the stone walls. Me, he corrected, the lie smooth, automatic. The CEO variable. The key man risk. If the board knows the fixer is broken, the stock discounts the risk. $114 billion vanishes on a headline. Is that what you are? She asked softly. Broken, Marcus laughed, a short, jagged sound. I'm optimized, Alina. That's the difference. A broken thing can be fixed. An optimized thing has simply discarded everything that isn't the objective function. Empathy, sleep, hunger, grief. They're just drag coefficients. I threw them overboard to make the hull hydrodynamic. Now the ship goes fast, but it sits very low in the water. One wave, he gestured vaguely at the window, the storm her. And the deck is awash. Alina set her cup down. She leaned forward, elbows on knees. Show me, show you what, the spreadsheet. The code running in the background. The objective function, he frowned. It's proprietary. Helix IP. 14 tabs. Macros linked to Bloomberg terminals. Real-time Monte Carlo simulations. I was an actress, Marcus. I played a quantum physicist on a Netflix series for 2 seasons. I learned the math so the technobabble wouldn't sound like gibberish. I also learned that physicists, real ones, hate it when you pretend. So don't pretend. Show me the audacity. The sheer, unadulterated lack of fear. She wasn't asking for the keys to the kingdom. She was asking to see the blueprint of the prison. He hesitated. The instinct to protect, to classify, to control the information flow. It was spinal reflex. But the rain hammered the roof. The fire popped. The paper cup burned his fingers. He stood, walked to the sideboard where his duffel sat, and retrieved an iPad. Clean, air-gapped, no MDM profile. He unlocked it with a 14-digit alphanumeric code, opened a local file, and carried it back to the chair. He placed it on the chessboard, covering the fallen king. 10-year projection, he said, his voice flat. Revenue CAGR. Margin expansion. Share buyback velocity. Succession modeling. Legacy metrics. Philanthropic impact index. Governance stability score. Brand sentiment resilience. Alina scrolled. Her thumb moved slowly. She didn't skim. She read. She zoomed in on a pivot table. She traced a formula bar with a fingernail. Cell F442, she whispered. Probability of founder-equivalent reverence. You're modeling your own mythology. I'm modeling the only metric the board can't fire, he said. Post-tenure relevance. If the stock holds after I leave, I existed. If it collapses, I was just the custodian who didn't drop the china. She scrolled further. Rows and rows of numbers. Green cells. Green cells. Green cells. Where's the red? She asked. Excuse me, red cells. Negative variance. Risk factors. The what if I'm wrong column. She looked up, her face illuminated by the blue light of the screen. It's all green, Marcus. 11 tabs of green. You've optimized the variance out of existence. You've modeled a world where nothing bad ever happens. Bad things happen. I model the response to bad things. The response is green. What about the response to good things? What about the response to nothing happening? She turned the iPad around, tapping a blank area of the dashboard. Where is the line item for waking up happy? Where is the KPI for dinner without a strategic objective? Where is the budget for this? She gestured between them. The rain. The fire. The mate in 3. Marcus went very still. The temperature in the room seemed to drop, the fire retreating behind a glass door. "There is no line item," he said. "Because it doesn't scale. It's not repeatable. It's not. Material. Materiality," she repeated, tasting the word. "The accountant's God. If it doesn't move the needle, it doesn't exist." She stood up, moving around the table. She stopped right in front of him. Close. Close enough that he could see the flecks of gold in her irises. Close enough to smell the wine on her breath, the wool of the sweater, the soap. Simple glycerin, no fragrance. "Marcus," she said, "you are the needle. You move the market by blinking. But you've convinced yourself that the only part of you that's real is the part the 8K filing sees." She reached out. Her hand hovered over his chest, above the cashmere, above the sternum. Not touching. Just measuring the heat. "The code running in your head," she whispered. "The one that says optimize. Acquire. Defend. Repeat. It's elegant. It's beautiful, in a brutalist way. But it has a bug, a fatal exception error." Her hand settled. Flat palm. Over his heart. "You're optimizing for a ghost. The legacy tab. The reverence score. You're writing checks to a future that doesn't know your name, drawn on a bank that only exists in the present." She leaned in. Her forehead touched his. A contact point. A ground wire. "Optimize for the morning," she breathed. "Just the morning. The coffee. The light on the floor. The sound of the rain stopping. That's the only metric that compounds. Everything else is just rounding error. The dam didn't break. Dams explode. This was different. This was the bedrock dissolving." A sound escaped Marcus Thorne. Not a sob. Not a gasp. A fracture. A low, grinding noise from the deep geological strata of a man who had not wept since he stood over a small casket 20 years ago. A son who lived for 6 hours, named Eris, after the philosopher. His hands that had signed off on $40 billion in acquisitions, hands that had fired thousands, hands that had never trembled, rose and clamped onto her forearms. His grip was brutal, desperate, leaving marks he would see tomorrow. His forehead pressed harder into hers. His eyes squeezed shut. And the rain inside him fell. No sound. Just the shaking of the shoulders. The hitching of the breath. The hot, silent tears soaking into the cream cable knit, staining the wool dark. Alina didn't pull away. She didn't shush him. She didn't offer a tissue, or a platitude, or a pivot to the positive. She simply wrapped her arms around his shoulders, her fingers threading into the wet silver hair at his nape, anchoring him to the earth. She held the CEO of Helix Dynamics, the architect, the fixer, the $114 billion man, while he came apart in the only place the algorithm couldn't see. Time dilated. The grandfather clock ticked. The fire collapsed into embers. The rain slowed to a drizzle, then a mist. When Marcus finally pulled back, his face was wrecked. Ruh. The carefully constructed architecture of the mask lay in rubble. His eyes were red-rimmed, the whites bloodshot. He looked 58. He looked ancient. He looked, for the first time in 3 decades, seen. He didn't apologize. He didn't say, "I don't know what came over me." He looked at her, really looked, the way a man looks at a horizon he thought was a mirage. "You're the only one," he said, his voice shattered gravel. "The only one who sees the code running. Everyone else sees the output. The stock price. The headline. The title. You. You see the script." Alina's thumbs brushed the wet tracks on his cheeks. Her own eyes were wet now, shining in the firelight. "I know the script, Marcus. I wrote mine for 10 years. The girl next door, the love interest, The supporting actress. I know every beat, every pause, every mark on the floor. I know what it cost to say someone else's lines. She paused. But tonight there is no script. There's just the rain. And the fire. And the mate in 3 you refuse to play out. Marcus caught her wrist as she moved to pull away. His grip was gentle now. Reverent. Stay, he said. Not a command. A prayer. Don't go back to the apartment. Stay in the guest room. Stay in the library. Stay on the floor. Just don't leave the variable unobserved. Alina smiled then. A real one. Crooked. Dangerous. The kind that launches fleets. I'm not a variable, Marcus, she said. I'm the anomaly. The one the model can't predict. She leaned down. He tilted up. The kiss was not an explosion. It was not the cinematic collision of mouths and teeth and desperate hunger that the boardroom, the bedrooms of his past, the scripts of her career had conditioned them to expect. It was a question. A soft, tentative press of lips. A sharing of breath. Tasting of salt him, and wine her and rain both. It was the first honest transaction either of them had ever recorded. When they parted, foreheads resting together again, the iPad screen on the chessboard timed out, going black. The projection vanished. The green cells disappeared. The 10-year legacy model dissolved into darkness. On the board, the white king lay on its side. Defeated. But the player was still sitting at the table. Mate in 3, Marcus whispered against her mouth. Alina murmured, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw. But you're not playing white anymore, are you? He kissed her again. Deeper this time. The answer. Outside, the storm broke. The clouds ripped open, not with rain, but with a sudden, violent clarity. Moonlight slashed through the windows, silvering the stone floor, the chessboard, the 2 paper cups, the fallen king. The algorithm, humming in a server farm 30 miles away, ingested the geolocation ping. Device alpha Marcus Thorne plus device beta Alina Vance equals static coordinates, terroir vineyard. Duration, 6 hours 14 minutes. Anomaly score, 99.9 percentile. It flagged the cluster. Pattern deviation detected. Recommendation, audit expense code 744 CTO off. But the algorithm had no microphone. It had no camera. It could not see the chessboard. It could not hear the rain. It could not measure the weight of a head on a shoulder, the rhythm of a synchronized breath, the terrifying, exhilarating, unquantifiable sensation of a man finally, fatally, going off script. The first falsification was already signed. The round numbers were already submitted. The paper trail was laid. But here, in the dark, in the smell of damp earth and old stone, the ledger balanced for the first time in 30 years. Debit, 1 empire. Credit, 1 morning. Pending approval. Chapter 3, round numbers. The spreadsheet didn't blink. It didn't sweat. It didn't know the difference between a $4,500 dinner at the French Laundry and a $4,500 CTO strategy offsite at a vineyard that didn't exist on any corporate map. It only knew columns, rows, and the beautiful, sterile logic of reconciliation. Julian Keller sat in the glow of 3 32-inch monitors in his office on the 41st floor, 1 floor down, 1 rung down, the anchor chain to Marcus's balloon. The office smelled of cold brew, ozone, and the faint, metallic tang of adrenaline that never fully dissipated. It was 2:17 a.m. The building's HVAC had cycled down to night mode, a low hum vibrating through the raised flooring. On the center screen, the ERP system, SAP, heavily customized, terrifyingly expensive, waited for input. Vendor master data, create. Julian's fingers moved without looking. He had typed this sequence so many times it lived in his radial nerve, not his memory. Vendor ID, 744 name, VANCE Strategic Engagements LLC address, a UPS store box in Wilmington, Delaware. Registered agent, CT Corporation System. Tax ID, 980442117. Payment terms, net 15. Julian smiled, a tight, private expression. Net 15. Because Marcus hates waiting for anything, he created the general ledger code next. 642,100. Executive strategy, off-site facilitation. Not meals and entertainment, 641,000. Too much scrutiny. Auditors loved T&E. They lived for receipts missing itemized alcohol lines. Not consulting fees, 643,000. Too high profile. Required statements of work, deliverables, timesheets. Executive strategy, off-site facilitation was a ghost code. A black hole in the chart of accounts, created 3 years ago for a leadership retreat in Aspen that had been canceled due to wildfire smoke. The budget had been accrued, never spent, never reversed. $450,000 sitting in a prepaid asset account, gathering digital dust. Perfect. Julian minimized the vendor screen. He opened the expense report wizard. He didn't need receipts. He was the receipt. He knew the exact cadence of Marcus's life better than Marcus did. He knew the rhythm of the vineyard visits, the terroir trips, because he had built the calendar invites himself. Block, CTO strategy session, confidential. Recurring, bi-weekly. Duration, 6 hours. Location, off-campus. He typed the first line item. Date, 3/14/2024. Description, CTO strategy off-site, Q1 architecture review amount, $1,200 attendees, M. Thorne J. Keller proxy, S. Chen, CTO absent. Julian paused. Round numbers. The folklore of the audit department. Auditors sampled round numbers less frequently because they looked like estimates, like per diems, like standardized costs. A charge for $1,200 looked like a room rental. A charge for $1,237.42 looked like a receipt. Receipts got pulled. Room rentals got waved through. He typed the second. Date, 3/28/2024. Description, CTO strategy offsite, cloud migration deep dive amount, $4,500 attendees, M. Thorne J. Keller proxy, S. Chen, CTO absent, the third. The big one. The night Marcus stayed until 3 a.m., drunk on a 2005 coach roadie and the terrifying lightness of being known. Date, 4/11/2024. Description, CTO strategy off-site, annual operating plan stress test amount, 18,900 attendees, M. Thorne J. Keller proxy, S. Chen, CTO absent, $18,900. Not $19,000. $19,000 was a threshold. $19,000 triggered a mandatory secondary approval workflow in the system, Lydia Stern's digital signature. $18,900 sailed under the radar. Automatic approval. Julian's approval limit was $25,000. Marcus's was unlimited. But Marcus never approved his own expenses. Julian did it for him, using Marcus's saved credentials, a delegation of authority signed in wet ink 5 years ago and never reviewed. Julian hit submit. The screen flashed green. Report ER 2024-044218, submitted for processing. He exhaled, a long, controlled release of breath. He picked up his phone. No notifications. Good. The algorithm hadn't screamed yet. System log, Anomaly Detection Engine V41, internal designation. The algorithm, timestamp, 2020-40-412-02-19, 04 UTC source, ERP expense module batch processing event, ingestion of expense report ER 2024-044218 vendor, 744, VANCE Strategic Engagements LLC, amounts. 1,200, 4,500, 18,900, GL code. 642,100 analysis. 1. Vendor velocity check. Vendor 744, created 2020-40310. First invoice batch. Velocity, high. Flag weight, 0.12 low. New vendor onboarding common in Q1. 2. Amount distribution analysis. Amounts exhibit high roundness coefficient, RC 0.95. Distribution, 1.2K, 4.5K, 18.9K. Statistical probability of natural occurrence, 0.003%. 3. BNFORDS law deviation, leading digit distribution for vendor 744, 141. Expected, 123. Flag weight, 0.45 moderate. 4. Geospatial correlation, corporate card feed. Corporate card Thorne M, last swiped. 4/11/2024 1922 PT, Napa Valley Wine and Spirits Merchant Cat, 5921. Distance to Helix HQ, 62 miles. Distance to vendor 744, registered address, 2,500 miles. 5. Calendar integration, Outlook Exchange, calendar event, CTO strategy offsite annual operating plan stress test. Organizer, Keller J. Required, Thorne M. Chen S. Location, off campus. Response, Thorne accepted, Chen declined. Oof, Keller accepted. 6. Mobile device management, MDM ping log, device, Thorne M. iPhone 15 Pro, MDM ID, MT exec 01. 4/11/2024 18 00 4/12/2024 02 30. Geofence Terroir Vineyard Estate. Custom Geofence ID. GF 777 created by Keller J. 2020 3/11/02. Device Vance. Personal iPhone MDM ID. NA Guest Network Association. 4/11/2024 18 15 4/12/2024 02 30. Same Geofence GF 777. 7. Attendee verification. Attendee Chen S. CTO. MDM ping 4/11/2024. Geofence, Helix Tower 42 ND floor, until 20:00. Geofence, CHEN residence, ATHRTON, 2045 onwards. Attendee Chen S. Not present at GF 777. Scoring, round number anomaly, 0.45. Geospatial deviation card versus venue, 0.3 attendee ghosting Chen, 0.6 collocation, Thorne plus unknown device at private geofence, 0.75 composite risk score, 0.52 threshold 4 auto escalation to general counsel, SDRNE L, 0.7 threshold 4 auto escalation to audit committee chair, VANCEA, 0.85 disposition. Score 0.7. No escalation. Action logged to cold storage, S3 bucket. Helix Compliance Archive Anomalies Low Priority 2024 Q2. TAGS, round number heuristic, vendor velocity, executive offsite. Note, pattern consistent with approved executive offsite behavior. Vendor 744, added to watchlist for Q3 review cycle. End log. The algorithm didn't care about the wine. It didn't care that the coach roadie cost $3,200 a bottle and Alina had laughed when Marcus drank it from a chipped ceramic mug she'd found in the vineyard's kitchen, saying, "If you're going to burn the ledger, Marcus, don't insult the grape." The algorithm saw only vectors. Magnitude. Direction. Deviation. And the deviation was 0.52. Acceptable noise. The cost of doing business. Julian closed the log viewer. He didn't need to see the algorithm's verdict. He had written the rules that taught the algorithm how to ignore him. He had tuned the thresholds. 0.7. He had set the bar exactly high enough to clear his own hurdles. He stood, rolling his shoulders. His back ached, a knot of tension permanently lodged between the scapulae, the physical manifestation of knowing too much. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The glass was smart glass, currently transparent. Below, the 101 freeway was a river of red and white light, flowing south toward the airport, north toward the city. The valley slept, dreaming of IPOs and liquidity events. His phone buzzed. A text from a number not in his contacts. Encrypted via Signal. "It's done. First report filed. He signed it 10 minutes ago." She watched. Julian stared at the message. He didn't recognize the sender ID, but he knew the syntax. The cadence. It was her. Alina Vance. He typed a reply, thumbs precise on the glass. She wasn't supposed to be in the room. The response was instant. 3 dots dancing. Then, "She's always in the room now, Julian. Even when she isn't. You built the cage." She just showed him the door. Julian pocketed the phone. His jaw tightened. The cage. He had built the infrastructure. The shell vendors, the ghost codes, the calendar blocks, the algorithmic blind spots. He had built the machine that allowed Marcus to be a man for 6 hours a fortnight. And now the machine was eating the man. He turned back to his desk. There was one more thing. The letter. He hadn't seen it physically. It hadn't hit the mailroom yet. But he had seen the metadata. The email sent from G, Aldridge at Aldridge Kane, com to A, Vance at Helix Dynamics, com Arthur Vance, chairman. No relation. Cruel irony. At 04:02 a.m. Eastern. 01:02 a.m. Pacific. 10 minutes ago. Subject, formal notice, potential claim/preservation obligation, VANCE/THORNE/Helix Dynamics attachment. June 29 letter privileged confidential. PDF Julian had a rule in his Outlook. Any email from Aldridge Kane domain forward to J. Keller archive Mark Reed delete from inbox. He opened the archive. The PDF rendered instantly. Gloria Aldridge's stationery. Red letterhead. The font was Garamond, expensive, sharp. Arthur Vance, chairman of the board, Helix Dynamics, Inc. Ray, Alina Vance/Marcus Thorne/misuse of corporate assets/hostile work environment, dear Mr. Vance, this firm represents Ms. Alina Vance. We write to formally notify the board of Helix Dynamics of a potential claim arising from a pattern of conduct involving the chief executive officer, Mr. Marcus Thorne and Ms. Vance, a contractor engaged via vendor 744, Vance Strategic Engagements, LLC. Julian skimmed. He knew the architecture of a demand letter. The throat clearing. The jurisdictional boilerplate. Then the knife. Specifically, our investigation reveals that Ms. Vance was engaged not merely as an executive engagement hostess, but as a de facto companion to Mr. Thorne, with encounters facilitated and concealed through the systematic falsification of corporate expense reports, coded to GL 642,100. Executive strategy, off-site facilitation. Expenses incurred at a private estate in Napa County, Terroir Vineyard, between March and June 2024, totaling approximately $48,600, were mischaracterized as CTO strategy offsites, attended by Chief Technology Officer Simon Chen. Geolocation data, calendar metadata, and witness statements confirm Mr. Chen was not present. This constitutes a violation of Helix's expense reimbursement policy, the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, Sections 302, 404, and California Labor Code Section 1102.5, whistleblower protection. Further, the power dynamic inherent in the CEO-contractor relationship raises a presumption of coercion under California FEHA. We invite the board to engage in a confidential mediation process to resolve this matter prior to litigation. Our initial demand for settlement, inclusive of compensatory damages, emotional distress, and attorney's fees, is $20 million. Julian stopped reading. He didn't need the rest. The number was the punctuation. 20 million. A rounding error for Helix. A fortune for Alina. A gun to Arthur's head. He highlighted the text. Geolocation data, calendar metadata, witness statements. Witness statements. Plural. Julian's throat clicked. He had been careful. Obsessively careful. The geofence GF777 was his creation, hidden in the MDM console under a generic label, Executive Retreat Zone. The calendar invites were his. The vendor was his. But he hadn't controlled the vineyard staff. He hadn't controlled the driver. He hadn't controlled the cleaning crew who found the chipped mug. He hadn't controlled her. He minimized the PDF. He opened the algorithm dashboard, the real one, the admin view Lydia Stern didn't know existed. He typed a query, vendor ID 744 and geofence, GF777. The screen populated. A heat map. 2 phones. Red and blue. Dancing in perfect overlap. 14 instances over 3 months. Duration, 4 to 7 hours. Heart rate variability data, pulled from Thorne's Apple Watch Health Kit sync, enabled by corporate wellness opt-in, elevated. Rhythmic. Non-stress peaks. The algorithm had seen it all. It had logged it all. And it had scored at 0.52. Because I told it to, Julian thought, a cold wave washing through him. I tuned the weights. I lowered the penalty for executive off-site codes. I raised the threshold for co-location because Marcus meets with Damien Rook at the Four Seasons twice a week, and we didn't want those flagged. He had built the blind spot. He had painted the algorithm's eyes shut. And now Gloria Aldridge had a flashlight. Julian's intercom buzzed. A soft chime. Julian, Marcus's voice. Raspy. Tired. Alive. You up, Julian pressed the talk button. Always Marcus. What do you need? Coffee. Black. And bring the Q1 off-site binder. I want to review the Chen migration notes before the 8 a.m. stand-up. Already on your credenza. Coffee in 90 seconds. Thanks, Jules. You're a lifesaver. The line clicked dead. Julian stared at the handset. Lifesaver. He wasn't saving a life. He was embalming a corpse. He walked to the small kitchenette in the corner of his office. The espresso machine, La Marzocco Linea Micra, $6,000 expense to office equipment. $645,000, hissed as he pulled the shot. The crema was perfect, tiger-striped dark gold. He carried the cup and the thick black binder, printed on 28 LB bond, tabbed, indexed, a work of fiction down the hall. The 42nd floor doors slid open silently. The smart glass walls of the war room were opaque. Privacy mode, engaged. The red LED strip at the top of the door frame pulsed slowly. Julian swiped his badge. The door hissed open. The room was cold. 68 degrees. Marcus liked it cold. It kept the neurons firing. Marcus stood at the credenza, his back to the door. He wore a charcoal Brioni suit, unbuttoned. No tie. The top 2 buttons of his shirt were undone. He looked older than 58 in the harsh LED light, deep grooves carved by gravity and quarterly earnings calls. But his hands were steady as he poured the coffee Julian had left there 20 minutes ago from a thermal carafe. He turned, held up the cup. Perfect temperature. Thermal carafe holds 190 for 4 hours. You're welcome, Marcus set the cup down. He didn't drink. He picked up the binder. Flipped to tab 3, Cloud Migration Deep Dive, April 11. Talk me through the Chen variants, Marcus said. His voice was flat. The CEO voice. The optimizer. The $4,500 line. Lydia's team is sampling GL 642,100 next week. Routine SOX 404 testing. I need the narrative tight. Julian stepped forward, stopping exactly 3 feet away. The prescribed distance. Close enough to whisper, far enough to deny intimacy. Simon declined the invite at 4:12 p.m. on the 11th. Oof, auto-reply triggered. Family emergency. We backdated the decline to 8:00 a.m. in the calendar audit trail. Standard executive privilege calendar hygiene script I wrote in 22. The expense narrative reads, CTO strategy offsite cloud migration deep dive. Attendees, Thorne, Keller, proxy, Chen, virtual attendance via secure link, connectivity failure at venue. I uploaded a corrupted WebEx log file, 12 MB of null bytes, to the shared drive as supporting documentation. If audit opens it, it crashes their viewer. They'll assume file corruption, request a resend. I'll delay the resend until post-earnings. By then, the sample period closes. Marcus stared at him. The blue eyes, laser cutters, scanned Julian's face. Checking for tremor. Checking for doubt. And the $18,900 line, Marcus asked quietly. The annual operating plan stress test. Julian didn't blink. Same structure. Chen declined. Corrupted log. Narrative. Extended session required for Monte Carlo simulation runtime. Overnight accommodation at Terroir Vineyard Estate. Partner property, no charge. Meals and incidentals only. The $18,900 covers the vendor invoice from Vance Strategic for facilitation and materials. Materials. Printed binders. Whiteboard markers. A chess set rental. Julian's voice didn't waver. Round numbers, Marcus. $1,200. $4,500. $18,900. They look like budgets. Not receipts. The algorithm ignores budgets. Marcus was silent for a long time. He looked at the binder. Then at the opaque glass wall, behind which the valley glittered. She was there, Marcus said. Not a question. Julian didn't answer. He didn't need to. She watched me sign the first one, Marcus continued. The $1,200. March 14th. I signed the digital approval on my phone. Sitting on the stone wall, by the fermentation tanks. Rain coming down sideways. She was leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed. Smoking a cigarette. She doesn't smoke, she just holds them. Julian waited. She said, Marcus's voice dropped, stripped of the CEO cadence, raw as a skinned knee. Now we're both dirty, Marcus. Welcome to the mud. The silence in the war room was heavy, pressurized. The hum of the HVAC seemed to louden. Is that a problem? Julian asked. The question was clinical. Surgical. Is the liability contained? Marcus looked at him. Really looked. Seeing the ghost. She's right, Marcus said. We are dirty. But not for the money. For the lie, he tapped the binder. This lie. This. Round number lie. It's not the affair, Jules. The board survives affairs. The board expects affairs. It's the falsification. It's the fact that I looked at the algorithm, your algorithm, and I asked it to look away. And it did. Because you told it to. Because you told me to, Julian corrected sharply. March 10th. In this room. You said, Julian, I need a way to see her that doesn't require a press release. Fix the plumbing, those were your words. Fix the plumbing, Marcus flinched. Microscopic. And you built a sewer. I built a bridge, Julian snapped, the composure cracking just for a second. A bridge over the moat you dug around yourself. You wanted the vineyard. You wanted the rain. You wanted the chess. You didn't want to pay the toll. The toll is the lie. I just automated the payment, Marcus laughed. A dry, hacking sound. Automated the payment. God, I love you, Jules. You're the only one who speaks my language. Automated the payment. As if the $9 billion market cap isn't built on automated payments every single second. He picked up the coffee. Drank. Winced. Cold. Thermal carafe failed, Julian lied smoothly. I'll get a fresh pull. Don't bother, Marcus set the cup down. He pulled the signature tablet from the credenza, the DocuSign pad. He stylized his name on the bottom of the printed expense report summary Julian had left on top of the binder. Marcus Thorne, CEO. 4/12/2024 02:45 a.m. Done, Marcus said. The first lie is ratified. The other two will follow at 7 a.m. batch processing. He looked at Julian. Tell Lydia the sampling is clean. Tell her I reviewed the Chen variances personally. Tell her the plumbing holds. Julian took the signed paper. It holds. Until someone digs. Someone always digs, Jules. That's what shovels are for. Marcus turned to the opaque glass. He tapped the control panel. The glass didn't clear. Who sent the letter? Julian froze. The coffee cup trembled in his hand. What letter? The Aldridge letter. On Arthur's desk. I have a Bloomberg alert on Helix Dynamics plus litigation plus demand. It triggered at 4:03 a.m. $20 demand. Hostile work environment. Misuse of assets. Vance, Julian's mind raced. Bloomberg terminal. Marcus has a terminal in the bedroom. He reads the wire before the GC gets the email. Of course he did. He was the architect. He saw the blueprint before the concrete poured. It hit Arthur's inbox at 1:02 a.m., Julian said, voice tight. I intercepted the metadata. Forwarded to archive. It hasn't hit the mailroom. Lydia doesn't know. Arthur hasn't opened it. He's in Sun Valley. No internet until his 6 a.m. hike. Gloria Aldridge, Marcus murmured. Red suits. Sharp teeth. She doesn't send letters for $20 M unless she has the bodies buried. She has the geolocation. She has the calendar. She has witnesses. She has the algorithm's exhaust, Julian corrected. She has what the algorithm didn't flag. Which is everything, Marcus turned. His face was illuminated by the red, privacy, glow of the glass. He looked terrifying. He looked liberated. Then the algorithm just became a witness for the prosecution, Marcus said. And you, Julian. You just became the star witness for the defense. Or the prosecution. depending on who survives the deposition. I'll survive, Julian said. It was a prayer. A threat. A fact. I always survive. I'm the plumbing. You can't fire the plumbing without flooding the house. Marcus smiled. A genuine, terrible thing. No. You're not the plumbing, Jules. You're the architect who forgot to put a door in the bomb shelter. He walked to the door. Paused. Burn the binder. The physical one. The digital one stays in the Chen virtual attendance folder. If they ask for the WebEx log, you send the corrupted file. If they ask for the geolocation, you tell them the CEO's watch data is privileged biometric health information. HIPAA. Make them subpoena it. Drag it out. Make it expensive. Standard playbook, Julian nodded. Delay. Deny. Depose. Standard playbook, Marcus agreed. But this time, the defendant is the woman I love. And the prosecutor is the only woman who knows how to destroy me. He left. The door hissed shut. Julian stood alone in the war room. The red light pulsed on the glass. Privacy mode, engaged. He looked at the signed expense report in his hand. $1,200. $4,500. $18,900. Round numbers. Clean lines. A masterpiece of obfuscation. He pulled his phone. Opened Signal. The chat with the unknown number, Alina. He signed, Julian typed. The first report. He knows about the letter. He knows you sent it. The 3 dots appeared. Waited. Vanished. Reappeared. I didn't send it, Julian. Julian stared at the screen. The metadata. The sender. G. Aldridge at aldridgekane.com. It came from her firm. Gloria doesn't ask me before she pulls the trigger. The text read. She asks for forgiveness. Never permission. She saw the algorithm's exhaust. You showed her where to look. Or someone did. Julian's blood turned to slurry. Me. I hid the exhaust. I built the blind spot. Then why, the text pulsed on his screen, does the algorithm's log show an admin query at 02:19 a.m.? Vendor ID 744 and geofence, GF 777. Who ran that query, Julian? Who exported the heat map? Julian looked at his monitor. The dashboard was still open. The query history blinked at the bottom. User, JKLLER admin time, 02:19:04 action. Export CSV local drive, encrypted, he hadn't exported it. He had only viewed it. He never exported. Exporting created a forensic artifact. He knew better. He wrote the forensic protocols. You're the only one with the admin key, Julian, the text said. Besides Lydia. And me. Julian's thumb hovered over the keyboard. You don't have the admin key. You're not on the domain. I don't need the key, she replied. I have the architect. He gave me the blueprint. Remember. Fix the plumbing. He didn't say, don't show the plumber's wife the leaks. The phone slipped from Julian's fingers. It clattered on the polished concrete floor. The screen cracked. Spiderwebs radiating from the impact point. He stared at the broken glass. The algorithm's log. The heat map. 2 red dots. Dancing. Round numbers, he thought, the hysteria rising, cold and bright. I used round numbers because auditors ignore round numbers. I forgot. The algorithm doesn't ignore them. It weights them. 0.45 flag weight. Benford's law. It saw the lie. It just didn't care. Until someone asked it to care. The intercom chimed again. Lydia Stern's voice. Crisp. Ice water. Julian. The chairman's office just forwarded a PDF. Subject line, June 29 letter. Arthur wants a briefing on the 42nd floor in 20 minutes. He's cutting his hike short. Bring the vendor 744 file. All of it. Julian looked at the cracked phone. The broken screen reflected the red pulse of the glass wall. Privacy mode, engaged. He picked up the phone. Swiped the screen. The text was still there. Don't worry, Julian, the final message read. I'm not the prosecutor. I'm the anomaly. And you can't debug me. You can only watch me burn the ledger. He put the phone in his pocket. He grabbed the black binder. He straightened his tie. On my way, Lydia, he said into the intercom. His voice was perfectly calm. The ghost reporting for duty. The plumbing holds. For now, Chapter 4, the mahogany tribunal did not smell of money. It smelled of time, old paper, older leather, the specific desiccated ozone of HVAC systems that had circulated the same filtered air through 3 decades of mergers, hostile takeovers, and funerals. Arthur Vance sat at the head of the 40-foot walnut slab, his spine fused to the high back of the founder's chair. He was 62, but his posture belonged to a man who had never doubted the structural integrity of his own skeleton. Before him, the surface of the table was a landscape of deliberate chaos. Printed email chains stapled in red, a forensic accounting binder 3 inches thick, and a single, matte black tablet displaying the pulsing, indifferent heartbeat of the algorithm. To his right, Lydia Stern didn't sit so much as perch. Her charcoal Tom Ford suit was armor, her blonde bob a helmet. She held a Mont Blanc pen poised over a legal pad, though she hadn't written a word in 20 minutes. She didn't need to. The record was being kept elsewhere, on the server logs, the biometric entry scans, the immutable blockchain of the compliance ledger. He folded, Lydia said. Her voice was the only sound in the room, a scalpel sliding across steel. Julian Keller. 14 minutes. Arthur didn't blink. Folded or performed. Distinction without a difference, Arthur. He handed over the calendar invites. The CTO Strategy Offsite Series. All 47 instances. He gave us the vendor onboarding docs for vendor 744. He gave us the email thread where he suggested the rounding protocol to Marcus. She finally wrote something down. Keller J. Cooperative witness. Credibility, high self-preservation. And the motive, proximity, the word landed flat. He said, and I quote, I protected him from her. He views the relationship as a corruption of the asset. He believes he was the immune system. The romance was the pathogen. By excising the records, he thinks he's curing the patient. Arthur's gaze drifted to the windowless wall, to the portrait of Helix's founder, Elias Thorne, no relation, just the cruel irony of a shared surname. The founder's eyes were painted with a terrifying, hollow optimism. Growth is the only metric, the plaque read. Stagnation is death. Julian Keller has been Marcus's shadow for 12 years, Arthur said, his voice a low rumble, like tectonic plates grinding deep below the surface. He knows the rhythm of the breath before the body inhales. He didn't falsify those reports on anticipation, Lydia. He falsified them on instinct. And Marcus let him. Marcus signed them, Lydia corrected, sharp. 47 times. Digital signature, biometric timestamp, geofence verification. The algorithm flagged the geofence variance on the first pass. Napa coordinates versus the Moscone Center coordinates. A deviation of 62 miles. The variance threshold is 5 meters. The algorithm, Arthur repeated, tasting the capital letters. Our silent witness. No heart. No loyalty. just pattern recognition. It flagged the cluster at 03:14 a.m. on June 29th, Lydia said, simultaneous with the arrival of the Aldridge letter. A coincidence of timing that suggests either divine intervention or a leak from inside the general counsel's office. Or, she added, capping her pen, from the chairman's office. Arthur's hand, resting on the table, was a study in Venus topography, blue maps of a life lived at altitude. I did not leak the letter, Lydia. I received it. There is a chasm between the two, of course. But the letter exists. Gloria Aldridge doesn't write hostile work environment on a whim. She writes it when the settlement number has a B in it, or when the plaintiff has a conscience she can weaponize. Alina Vance has both. Alina Vance has a name, Arthur said, a warning hum in his chest. And she is not a plaintiff. She is a vendor. A contractor. Paid $5,000 per event to translate engineering into English. She was paid to be the mirror, Lydia countered, standing. She moved to the credenza, poured water from a crystal decanter into a tumbler, the clink of ice absurdly loud. And the mirror cracked the CEO. The expense reports are the vector, Arthur. The romance is the payload. If we pursue the expense fraud, we survive the derivative suits. We claw back the comp, we fire the CEO for cause, we protect the institution. If we pursue the romance, she trailed off, swirling the ice. We put a woman on the stand. We dissect a private life in open court. We hand-rook the narrative on a silver platter. Helix destroys its own for love. The stock doesn't just dip. It evaporates. Arthur watched her. He had known Lydia since she was a third-year associate trembling before the Supreme Court. He had made her general counsel because she viewed the law not as justice, but as architecture, load-bearing walls, fire exits, structural integrity. She was the only person in the building who understood that the board's fiduciary duty was not to the truth, but to the continuity of the enterprise. The investigation is not optional, Arthur said. The algorithm made it mandatory. The audit committee has already voted. Unanimous. Even the sleepers woke up for this one. Then we control the scope, Lydia said, turning back to the table. We define the universe of documents. We limit the deposition topics to corporate expense policy compliance and vendor management protocols. We keep Alina Vance's name out of the 8K filing. We call it irregularities in executive discretionary spend. Dry. Boring. A rounding error. A rounding error of $9 billion in market cap once the journal gets the leak, Arthur murmured. Then we plug the leak, Lydia said, her eyes flint. Starting with Julian. He's already given us the sword. We just have to make sure Marcus falls on it. The heavy oak doors at the far end of the room whispered open. Not a bang. A whisper. The sound of money entering a room it already owned. Marcus Thorne walked in. He wore a Brioni suit the color of a storm cloud, tie a precise Windsor knot, pocket square a geometric slash of crimson, the only blood visible. He was 58, 6'2", built like a bridge cable, all tension and tensile strength. His hair was silver steel, cut close. His eyes, the color of a North Atlantic winter, scanned the room, Arthur, the tablet, Lydia, the binders, and calculated the terminal velocity of the fall in the first heartbeat. He did not look surprised. He did not look afraid. He looked inconvenienced. Arthur, Marcus said. His voice was a controlled instrument, calibrated for earnings calls and congressional hearings. Lydia. The calendar invite said Q3 forecast review. I cleared my afternoon. We moved the forecast, Arthur said. This is a special committee meeting. Formally convened. Under oath, effectively, though the stenographer is digital, Marcus didn't sit. He stopped 3 feet from the head of the table, hands clasped behind his back. Then let's be efficient. The algorithm found a geofence anomaly. Napa. The CTO off-sites. I assume Julian Keller has already confessed to the coding structure. Julian Keller, Lydia said, her voice cool, provided a comprehensive statement. He indicated the expense categorization was his initiative. Anticipatory compliance, he called it. He states you were unaware of the specific vendor coding methodology. Marcus was silent for a long moment. The smart glass walls of the tribunal didn't offer a view, but the pressure sensors in the floor registered the micro-shifts of his weight. He was a man carrying a mountain, and he had just decided to put it down. Julian is a loyal soldier, Marcus said. He falls on grenades for a living. But he didn't pull the pin on this one. I did, Lydia's pen scratched. Thorne M. Admission of knowledge intent. Marcus, Arthur said. The use of the first name was a lever, prying at the seam of the CEO persona. You put a $114 billion company at risk. For what? $18,000 in steak dinners. Round numbers on a spreadsheet. Marcus looked at the chairman. Really looked. The air in the room pressure dropped. Not for the dinners, Arthur, Marcus said. For the only thing that made the $114 billion mean anything. The silence that followed was not empty. It was heavy, pressurized, the kind that precedes a sonic boom. Alina Vance, Lydia said, testing the weight of the name in the official record. Vendor 744. The hostess, the mirror. She has a name, Marcus repeated, the steel in his voice hardening into something brittle. And she didn't code the reports. I did. I approved the vendor. I signed the invoices. I looked at the GPS coordinates on the Concur app, Napa, not Moscone, and I clicked Submit 47 times. She never saw the expense module. She never asked for the vineyard. I took her there, to a property owned by a shell company linked to your family trust, Lydia noted, not looking up. Paid for by Helix shareholders. A material misstatement of financial condition. Sarbanes-Oxley Section 302. Section 906. Criminal penalties apply. I'll write the personal check, Marcus said. Today. For the full amount. With interest. It's not about the money. It never was. Then what is it about? Arthur asked. The question was soft, paternal, and utterly ruthless. Marcus. I hired you. I stitched this company back together with your hands. I trusted you with the keys to the kingdom. And you built a secret tunnel underneath it for a woman you pay $5,000 a night to. What? Listen. She doesn't listen, Arthur, Marcus said, and the crack in the armor widened just a hair. She sees. There is a difference. I have spent 30 years optimizing for the outcome. Revenue. Margin. Share price. I built a machine that prints money. And I forgot how to be a man inside the machine. She reminded me. The vineyard. The rain on the roof. The chess games. That was the only time the spreadsheet stopped running. And the expense reports, Lydia pressed. The falsification. That was the price of the reminder. The falsification was the price of time, Marcus corrected. Time with her. Time that the calendar, the board, the shareholders, the algorithm, you would never grant me. I stole it. I lied to the machine to buy an hour of silence. That is the crime. Not the vineyard. The lie. Arthur leaned back, the founder's chair creaking. He looked at the tablet, the pulsing green line of the algorithm, then back at the man who had saved his legacy. Julian says he did it to protect you from her, Arthur said. He says she is the pathogen. The corruption. Marcus's jaw tightened. A muscle jumped at the hinge. Julian loves me like a father loves a son he never had. Which means he loves the position, not the man. He protects the CEO. He doesn't know the first thing about Marcus. Alina knows Marcus. She knows the code running underneath the UI. Julian only knows the UI. And if the choice is the CEO or the man, Lydia asked. Which one survives this room? Marcus didn't hesitate. The CEO dies today. The man has to live with what he did to her. To her reputation. Gloria Aldridge's letter. He stopped. Swallowed. She will try to make Alina the villain. The gold digger. The honeypot. Alina will refuse the settlement. I know her. She'll burn the money to keep the truth. Then the truth destroys you both, Lydia said. The WSJ gets the leak. The stock craters. The board votes for cause. No severance. No clawback protection. No D&O insurance coverage for the fraud. Personal liability. Civil. Potentially criminal. You walk out of here with nothing but your Brioni and your vineyard memories. Marcus looked at the binders. At the red staples. At the portrait of Elias Thorne. Then I walk, he said. But she doesn't fall for me. Not for the expense reports. Not for the vineyard. Not for the lie. She is the vendor, Marcus, Arthur said, the chairman returning, the father vanishing. The contract is terminated. Vendor 744 is cancelled. She has no standing. No indemnification. If Aldridge sues, Helix defends the company, not the contractor. Alina Vance is on her own. Then I make her not alone, Marcus said. The words weren't a negotiation. They were a line of code he was writing into the universe. Consequences be damned. I take full liability. Personal check for the expense variance. Personal indemnity for her legal fees. I sign the NDA that silences me, not her. I destroy Julian's credibility, leak his anticipatory emails to you, Lydia, so the rogue employee narrative holds. She walks free. I carry the 9 billion. Lydia stopped writing. The pen hovered. You would incriminate yourself further. Admit to intentional falsification, conspiracy, obstruction. To save a contractor, I would, Marcus said. Because the only thing worse than lying to the machine is lying to her. I told her I'd handle it. I told her the morning was ours. If I let her take the fall for my receipts, the morning was never real. It was just another variable I optimized. Arthur stared at him. The silence stretched, measured in heartbeats and market ticks. You're a fool, Arthur said finally. A romantic fool in a tombstone city. You think the board cares about your honor. You think the algorithm cares about your mourning. I don't care what the board thinks, Marcus said. I care what she knows. And I care what you know, Arthur. You know I built this. You know the code compiles. You know the next quarter is already baked. Fire me. Sue me. Prosecute me. But do not. He stepped forward, planting a hand on the cold walnut, leaning into the chairman's space. Do not drag her into the mahogany tribunal to pay for my sin. She didn't sign the reports. I did. Arthur didn't flinch. He looked at the hand on the table. Veins, knuckles, the faint scar on the index finger from a childhood bike accident Arthur had read in the psych profile 30 years ago. Then you fall alone, Arthur said. The words were a gavel strike. Resignation on my desk by 5:00 p.m. Tuesday. For cause. No severance. The D&O carrier will be notified of the potential fraud exclusion. The SEC gets the 8K. The journal gets the leak, controlled, sanitized, expense-focused. Alina Vance's name stays in the vendor database, redacted. But the world will know a woman was involved. They always know, Marcus nodded. Once. A soldier accepting the order to hold the line until overrun. Tuesday, Marcus said. 5 11:00 p.m. I'll have the personal check for the variance couriered to your office by noon tomorrow. I'll draft the resignation letter tonight. He turned to Lydia. General Counsel. The rogue employee packet on Julian. I'll have it to you by end of day. Emails, Slack logs, the anticipatory memos. You wanted a sword to fall on. Julian forged it. I'm just handing you the hilt. Lydia capped her pen. The scratch stopped. That constitutes obstruction of the internal investigation, Marcus. Tampering with a witness. You're adding felonies to the civil fraud. I'm adding truth to the narrative, Marcus corrected. Julian did do it without my prior knowledge. He did anticipate my desires. That is the truth. It just happens to be the truth that saves her. Call it what you want. File it under V for vendetta. I don't care. He straightened his cuffs. The CEO mask slid back down, seamless, porcelain, impenetrable. But his eyes held the gray static of a storm that had already made landfall. Arthur, Marcus said, voice dropping to a register only the chairman could hear. The vineyard. The stone manor. Terroir. It's in a trust. My trust. Not Helix S. The dinners were coded wrong. The location was never Helix property. The only theft was the time. Arthur's face didn't move. Noted. The audit committee will verify. Verify it, Marcus challenged. It's the only clean thing in this room. He pivoted on his heel. The Brioni didn't wrinkle. The stride was perfect. He reached the heavy oak doors, paused, hand on the cold brass handle. Lydia, he said without turning. The algorithm. The anomaly cluster. The geofence variance. Yes, flag it resolved human error. Don't flag it fraud. Not yet. Let the pattern hold for 48 hours. Give her 48 hours of silence before the storm hits the terminals. Lydia was silent. The tablet pulsed. Green. Steady. 48 hours, she said. The market closes Friday. Monday opens the investigation. Monday, Marcus agreed. I'll be gone by then. The doors whispered shut behind him. The silence in the mahogany tribunal was absolute. Arthur Vance sat alone at the head of the 40-foot table. He reached out, his hand trembling, just once, a microscopic seizure, and touched the spot where Marcus's palm had rested. The wood was warm. Impossible. The HVAC kept the room at a constant 68 degrees. But the grain held the heat of a man who had just burned $9 billion to buy a morning that didn't exist on any calendar. Lydia, Arthur said, his voice cracking, unrecognizable to his own ears. Yes, Arthur. Deploy the algorithm on the vendor database. Full audit. Vendor 744. Every payment. Every geotag. Every email. He paused, looking at the portrait of Elias Thorne. And flag the Napa coordinates. Resolved, human error. Hold the flag for 48 hours. Lydia Stern stared at the chairman of the board. The architect of the turnaround. The guardian of the institution. She saw the crack in the foundation. She saw the cost of the anomaly. It will look like collusion, she warned. If the SEC finds the hold. If the journal finds the hold. It looks like you protected the CEO's mistress. Arthur Vance closed his eyes. He saw the rain on the stone roof of Terroir. He saw a chessboard, half-finished, a white king toppled by a black queen. He saw his granddaughter's face. No, not his granddaughter. Alina. The name coincidence, that wasn't a coincidence. The girl he had watched grow up in the lobby of this building, bringing her father coffee, learning to read balance sheets upside down. Then it looks like collusion, Arthur whispered. 48 hours, Lydia. That is the order. Execute it. He didn't watch her leave. He stared at the tablet. The green pulse. The silent witness. Pattern recognized. The screen seemed to hum. Anomaly contained. For now, Arthur Vance, chairman of Helix Dynamics, keeper of the trust, father of the machine, sat in the dark heart of the tribunal and waited for the morning he had just authorized a dying man to steal. Chapter 5. The ground floor of the conference room at Aldridge and Vane's smelled of expensive coffee, old leather, and the specific, metallic tang of impending litigation. It was a scent Alina had come to recognize in the 3 weeks since the June 29 letter landed. A smell that meant money was moving, reputations were being measured for coffins, and the truth was being drafted into a press release. Gloria Aldridge didn't sit, she prowled. At 70, she moved with the predatory grace of a shark in a tank too small for her turning radius. Her red suit, today a shade of arterial crimson, was sharp enough to cut glass. Her white hair was a structured helmet, immobile against the bay winds that rattled the high-rise windows 30 floors below. "Stop looking at the view, Alina," Gloria said, not turning from the window where she stood, silhouetted against the fog swallowing the Golden Gate. "The view doesn't care about you. The view doesn't have a fiduciary duty to your bank account." "I do." Alina's fingers tightened on the armrest of the leather chair. The room was freezing, the HVAC system humming a low, aggressive note. She forced her shoulders down, uncrossing her ankles, planting her feet flat on the Persian rug. Ground floor stance, she thought. Actress stance. Ready to move. "I'm not looking at the view, Gloria," Alina said. Her voice was steady, pitched low, the register she used for the boardroom monologues she wrote for Marcus, the one that commanded attention without demanding it. "I'm looking at the exit strategy you're trying to sell me. And I'm telling you, I'm not buying." Gloria whipped around. The speed of it was violent, a reminder that the frail grandmother aesthetic was a costume she wore for juries. "It's not a strategy. It's a lifeboat. The ship is sinking. The algorithm found the geolocation clusters. Lydia Stern has the calendar invites. Julian Keller has already sung operatively, I might add, like a canary in a coal mine." He handed over the CTO strategy offsite, codes in exchange for immunity from the clawback provisions. "Your romance is now a line item in a forensic accounting report, Exhibit A through F." Julian folded, Alina said. It wasn't a question. The betrayal was a physical weight in her gut, cold and heavy. "He handed over the vineyard." "He handed over the receipts," Gloria corrected, stepping closer, the smell of her perfume, something dark, woody, expensive, invading Alina's space. "There is a difference. The vineyard is just geography. The receipts are the fraud." Marcus Thorne signed expense reports totaling $212,000 over 18 months, coding private assignations as corporate strategy sessions. That is wire fraud, mail fraud, securities fraud if the earnings calls referenced, operational efficiency gains derived from those offsites. He faces 20 years. The company faces derivative lawsuits that could pierce the corporate veil. "Then let them sue the company," Alina said. "Marcus pays the restitution. He resigns. He walks away." "With what?" Gloria laughed, a harsh, barking sound. "His reputation. His stock options. The board is voting on cause, termination by Friday. If he's fired for cause, the clawback triggers. He loses the unvested RSUs. He loses the deferred comp. He loses the $40 million severance package Arthur Vance promised him in the hiring package. He walks away with his pension and a federal indictment hanging over his head. Unless," she held up a manicured finger, the nail painted a violent red. "Unless the narrative shifts. Unless the hostess wasn't a willing participant in a conspiracy to defraud shareholders, but a victim of a powerful CEO who used his position to coerce a subordinate contractor into a sexual relationship, masking the quid pro quo behind fake vendor codes. The word coerce hung in the air, toxic and heavy. Alina stood up. The chair scraped loud against the floor. I was not a subordinate. I was a vendor. Vendor 744. I invoiced Helix Dynamics $5,000 per event for executive engagement services. I negotiated that rate. I signed the MSA. I have the emails where I pushed back on the scope of work. I have the text messages where I told Marcus I wasn't available because I had a dentist appointment. Coercion requires leverage, Gloria. He had the title. I had the schedule. I held the leverage. Juries don't read MSAs, Gloria said softly. Juries see a 38-year-old woman, beautiful, struggling in a gig economy, hired by a 58-year-old titan of industry. They see the power imbalance. They see the Napa vineyard. They see the $3,000 Burgundy. They see the texts where he calls you my anchor. They don't see a negotiated contract. They see grooming. He called me his anchor because the ship was sinking before I got there, Alina shot back, heat rising in her chest. He called me that because his son hates him. His wife lives in a separate wing of the house, and the only time he stopped optimizing was when he was losing at chess to me in a stone manner that smells like damp earth and fermentation. That's not grooming, Gloria. That's two drowning people holding each other up. Romance is not a defense to fraud, Gloria said, her voice hardening into the steel that had felled senators and studio heads. But harassment is a sword that cuts both ways. If you sign the affidavit I drafted, Exhibit 14, Tab 3, you state that Marcus Thorne implied your contract renewal was contingent on personal availability. You state that the expense report falsification was directed by him, executed by Keller, and you were kept in the dark. You become the whistleblower. The victim. The SEC loves a victim. The board needs a victim to save the stock price. And the payout, Alina asked, though she knew the number. 20 million. Gloria opened a leather folio on the table, the paper crisp. Tax-free, structured settlement. Non-disparagement clause mutual. You walk away clean. You start your firm. You buy a building in Soma. You never have to work a hostess gig again. Marcus takes the fall for the falsification, civil liability, maybe a slap on the wrist criminal referral that the DOJ declines to prosecute because no harm, no foul on the shareholder value side. Arthur Vance gets to tell the street the bad actor is gone. Lydia Stern gets her precedent. Julian Keller keeps his job. Everyone wins, except the truth, Alina said. Truth is a luxury for biographers, sweetheart, Gloria said, sliding the pen across the table. I deal in evidence. And the evidence says you were in Napa 37 times in 18 months. The evidence says your phone pinged off the same tower as his for 14 hours at a stretch. The evidence says you didn't file a single expense report for those trips. He did. That makes you the beneficiary of the fraud, not the architect. But if you sign, you become the architect of his downfall. And you get paid for the demolition. Alina stared at the pen. A Mont Blanc. Platinum. Heavy. She thought of the vineyard. Terroir. She thought of the rain on the slate roof of the manor, the sound like 1,000 fingers drumming on glass. She thought of Marcus in a cashmere sweater that had seen better decades, sleeves pushed up, pouring burgundy into chipped ceramic mugs because she hated the pretension of stemware. She thought of the chessboard, her knights always decimating his rooks, and the way he laughed, a surprised, rusty sound, when she checkmated him in 12 moves. You're optimizing for a ghost, Marcus. Optimize for the morning. She had burned the corner of his 10-year projections spreadsheet with a candle that night. The paper had curled, blackened, the numbers turning to ash. He had watched it burn with wet eyes, the first time she had seen him cry. The first time in 20 years, he'd told her. "You're asking me to burn him," Alina said quietly. "To set the match to the only thing that made him human. I'm asking you to save yourself," Gloria said. "He's the CEO of a $114 billion company. He has armies of lawyers, a fortress of a wife, a son who writes Marxist critiques of his father's balance sheet. He has resources. You have a lease on a brick-walled apartment with a mattress on the floor and a photo of a dead mother. Who do you think survives the winter?" Alina picked up the pen. The weight of it was familiar. She had signed hundreds of contracts, NDAs, MSAs, liability waivers. She knew the geometry of a signature, the flourish, the pressure, the finality. She uncapped it. Gloria held her breath, the only tell the shark allowed herself. Alina wrote. She didn't sign the affidavit. She wrote a single word on the blank back page of the settlement agreement, pressing hard enough to indent the paper beneath. No. She capped the pen, placed it parallel to the folio's spine, and pushed the holes stacked back across the table toward Gloria. The leather slid on the polished wood, a whisper of friction. "I'm not your liability, Gloria," Alina said. Her voice didn't waver. "And I'm not his weapon. I'm his witness. There's a difference. A liability is something you offload. A witness is someone you have to face." Gloria's face didn't change. But her eyes, pale, sharp, calculating, did a rapid, microscopic reassessment. She picked up the folio, snapped it shut. "You're making a mistake. A $20 million mistake. The board votes Tuesday. By Wednesday, the journal has the leak. By Thursday, you're the woman who brought down Helix. No firm hires you. No CEO trusts you. You're radioactive. Then I'll glow in the dark," Alina said. She grabbed her coat, a worn trench coat, beige, belted tight. "I'll send you the invoice for today's consultation. My rate is $5,000. Same as always. Vendor 744. She walked out before Gloria could respond. The elevator ride down was 30 floors of silence, the muffled ding of passing floors marking the descent from the stratosphere to the crust. The Soma streets were wet, the early summer fog clinging low, turning the neon signs of the tech incubators and Michelin-starred ramen shops into smeared watercolors. Alina's apartment building was a converted warehouse on a block that smelled of exhaust, roasting coffee, and the distinct, yeasty tang of the nearby brewery. No doorman. No biometric scanner. No smart glass. Just a heavy fire door with a keypad she opened with a code she'd memorized 7 years ago, 1984. The year her mother died. The year she stopped waiting to be discovered. Inside, the space was a single vast room, brick walls scarred by decades of industrial use, floors scarred by forklifts. There was no bed frame. A high-density foam mattress sat on the floor in the corner, dressed in crisp white linen, and a quilt her mother had stitched, patchwork, faded, warm. Books were the furniture. Stacks of them, the wealth of nations beside the bell jar, security analysis beside a streetcar named Desire, Marcus's annotated copy of The Intelligent Investor. She'd stolen it from the 42nd floor, a trophy beside her mother's dog-eared collected poems of Sylvia Plath. A single framed photo sat on a milk crate beside the mattress. A woman with dark curls, laughing, holding a glass of cheap white wine in a kitchen that looked nothing like this one. Sunlight hit the frame. Alina's mother. The only biography that mattered. Alina didn't turn on the lights. She moved through the dimness by memory, shedding the trench coat, letting it fall over a stack of Harvard Business Review back issues. She poured a glass of water from the filter pitcher on the kitchen counter, a slab of stainless steel on industrial casters, and drank it in 3 gulps. Her phone buzzed on the crate. The screen lit up, MARCUS War Room. She stared at the name. The algorithm had flagged this number, this contact, thousands of times. A cluster of anomalies. Geolocation, Napa. Duration, 14 hours. Frequency, biweekly. Exhibit C, she thought. The smoking gun. She swiped to answer. You're still awake. His voice came through the speaker, rough, stripped of the CEO timbre. No teleprompter cadence. No investor relations polish. Just exhaustion, raw and unfiltered. Lydia's team is doing a deep dive on the Keller emails. Arthur is in the mahogany tribunal with the outside investigators. I'm hiding in the glass cage. The smart glass is opaque. It's just me and the Bloomberg terminals. Did you talk to Gloria? Alina asked. She sat on the edge of the mattress, the quilt rough against her palms. She called me 20 minutes ago. Screaming. Something about you refusing the settlement. She used the word suicidal, a pause. A rustle of fabric, maybe him rubbing his face. Alina. Please. Take the money. Take the 20 million. Sign the paper. Tell them I threatened you. Tell them I used the vendor code to trap you. I'll sign whatever confession they put in front of me. I'll resign tomorrow. I'll pay the $1.2 million restitution, personally. I'll take the hit. Just take the life raft. The tenderness in his voice was a blade. It cut deeper than Gloria's threats, deeper than the algorithm's cold logic. You know I can't do that, she said. I know, he whispered. God, I know. That's why I love you. And that's why I'm destroying you. You're not destroying me, Marcus. She lay back on the mattress, staring at the exposed beams of the ceiling, the ductwork painted matte black. The board is destroying you. Lydia is destroying you. Julian destroyed you the minute he anticipated your orders. I'm the witness. I told Gloria that. I'm the one who stays to watch the building burn so I can tell the investigators where the gas cans were stored. Don't, he said. A sharp intake of breath. Don't talk like that. You're not a witness. You're the reason I'm still breathing. For 18 months, you were the only reason I woke up before the alarm. You were the morning I optimized for, and you were the night I stopped performing, she countered. We're even on the ledger. But the ledger is a lie, Marcus. That's what the algorithm sees. That's what Arthur sees. The fraud wasn't the dinners. The fraud was the contract. Vendor 744. Executive engagement hostess. As if I was serving canapes at a product launch. As if my job was to smile and pour wine and not see you. What was your job then? His voice cracked. To translate you, she said. To the shareholders. To the engineers. To yourself. That was the real scope of work. And the pay was never $5,000 an event. The pay was the rain on the roof at Terroir. The pay was you losing at chess. The pay was the morning. Silence stretched across the line, heavy with the weight of $9 billion in vaporized market cap, the weight of a marriage that had calcified into a merger agreement, the weight of a son's disgust. Gloria is right about one thing, Marcus said finally, his voice dropping to a rasp. You have no protection. No severance. No golden parachute. If I fall, you fall with me. The journal will print your name. The blogs will dox you. The Reddit threads will call you a gold digger, a honeypot, a plant by rook. Your consulting firm, he stopped. You haven't incorporated it yet, have you? The paperwork is on my desk, she said. Next to the Plath. I haven't filed it. File it Monday, he commanded, the CEO voice returning, iron over velvet. Use the $5,000 retainer from the last Helix invoice, the one they haven't paid yet. Capitalize it. Call it Vance Strategic Advisors. Client 1 me. Fee, $1 a quarter. Description, perspective realignment. A laugh bubbled up from her chest, surprised and wet. You're giving me a job. Now. When you're about to be unemployed. I'm never unemployed, Alina. I'm just between boards. Damien Rook called me from the dugout at Oracle Park an hour ago. He wants me at his cloud venture. Co-president. $50 million a year. Starts the day after I resign. He paused. I told him I'd think about it. I told him I had a call to make first. To me, to my witness. She closed her eyes. The brick walls held the chill of the fog. The mattress was hard. The quilt smelled of lavender and thyme. This was the ground floor. The foundation. The bedrock. Marcus, she said. Yeah, go to your mother's grave, she said. No, wait. My mother's grave. Holy Cross. Calma. Go there. Tonight. Before the vote. Before the leak. Why? Because she's the only one who ever knew the truth about me before I wore the mask, Alina said. And because the fog in Calma is thick enough to hide a CEO who thinks he's a ghost. You need to remember what the ground feels like. Before the glass cage shatters, a long pause. The hum of the Bloomberg terminals in the background, the heartbeat of the machine, she thought. I don't know how to be a ghost, he said. I only know how to be the architect. Then go learn, she whispered. Go stand in the damp grass. Read the name on the stone. Maria Vance. Beloved mother. 1940, 1984. She died waiting for a man who promised to build her a house. He built a portfolio instead. She forgave him anyway. That's the only precedent that matters. Forgiveness isn't a settlement, Marcus. It's a recurring transaction. $1 a quarter. Forever, I'll go, he said. I'll drive the Porsche. The one with the heated seats. I'll turn off the phone. I'll sit in the fog. Don't turn off the phone, she corrected, her throat tight. Keep it on. I want to hear the static. I want to know you're still receiving. Receiving what? The morning, she said. I'm sending it to you. Right now. Coordinates, 37. 7,749 degrees N, 122. 4,194 degrees W. Ground floor. Brick walls. Books for furniture. One photo. No smart glass. Just me. Waiting. Alina, go, she said. Before the glass goes transparent. Before they see you're not in the war room. Before the algorithm flags your GPS in Calma as another anomaly. Goodbye, Alina. Not goodbye, she said, her finger hovering over the red button. Just. End of session. Invoice to follow. She ended the call. The screen went black. The room was silent again, save for the distant rumble of the Enjuta line shaking the foundation. Alina turned on her side, pulling the patchwork quilt to her chin. She reached for the milk crate, her fingers finding the frame in the dark. She didn't need light to find her mother's face. She knew the curve of that smile, the angle of that jaw, the stubborn set of that chin, the same chin Alina saw in the mirror every morning. You were right, Mom, she whispered to the glass. The men who build empires never know how to build homes. But sometimes they bring you the bricks. She closed her eyes. Somewhere 30 miles south, a black Porsche cut through the fog on Highway 101, heading for the rows of white marble in Calma. Somewhere 42 floors up, the smart glass cycled from opaque to clear, revealing a man in a charcoal suit standing before a wall of screens, watching the after-hours futures bleed red. And here, on the ground floor, the algorithm's anomaly cluster resolved into a single, stable data point. Vendor 744. Status, active. Integrity, verified. Anomaly, resolved. The morning would come. It always did. She would invoice him for it. Chapter 6. The fortress the avocado toast at the Four Seasons Palo Alto cost $28, and Sarah Thorne ate it with the precise, surgical attention she applied to everything. Quarterly portfolio reviews, the seating charts for disastrous holiday dinners, the slow, quiet dismantling of a 30-year marriage. She cut the crusts into perfect squares. Chewed 20 times. Swallowed. Across the table, Marcus didn't touch his black coffee. He stared at the steam curling above the rim of the white porcelain cup, his right hand curled loose on the table, the fingers trembling with a frequency imperceptible to anyone who hadn't memorized the topography of his knuckles. The hairline fracture of the third metacarpal from a skiing accident in '98, the white scar bisecting the index finger, where a chisel slipped during a disastrous attempt at building a bookshelf for Eris's nursery. She knew the topography of his body better than he knew the code running helix dynamics. She knew the rhythm of his breathing in the deepest REM cycles, the specific heat of his skin when a fever broke, the exact shade of gray his eyes turned when he was calculating a lie versus when he was calculating a truth. Right now, they were the color of wet slate. Calculating the truth. "The car is waiting," Sarah said, setting her fork down. The silver tines made no sound against the ceramic. "Valet ticket is in my bag." "The driver knows the route to Sand Hill Road." Marcus blinked. The steam dissipated. Sand Hill, Damian Rook's office. Temporary quarters until the new campus breaks ground in Redwood City. She picked up the linen napkin, dabbed the corner of her mouth. Ceremony, always ceremony. "He's offered you the co-president role. 5 million base. 50 million in performance equity over 4 years. A carve-out for your own fund if you stay past 24 months. Marcus's throat moved. A swallow. "You negotiated my severance package with the competition. I negotiated your survival." Her voice was level, devoid of the acid the tabloids would predict, the screams the board expected. "Arthur wanted you fired for cause. Lydia wanted you prosecuted. Julian wanted you buried. I walked into the mahogany tribunal yesterday and told them that if THEY Chinese letter the clawback provisions on your equity, I would file a dissenting shareholder suit alleging breach of fiduciary duty by the entire board for failing to disclose the vendor 744 irregularities in the prior 3 proxy statements. She folded the napkin. A perfect square. "Checkmate, Marcus." "You're welcome." He didn't say thank you. He never did. Gratitude implied a debt, and Marcus Thorne's operating system had no subroutine for debt, only assets, liabilities, and the brutal arithmetic of leverage. "Alina," he said. The name landed on the white tablecloth like a stone, dropped into a still pool. "What about her?" "The settlement agreement Gloria Aldridge drafted is on the table. 20 million. NDA. Non-disparagement. Mutual release." Sarah finally looked at him, really looked, her gaze stripping away the CEO veneer, the fixer mythos, the armor of the $114 billion valuation. "She won't sign it. She has to." "The investigation." "She won't sign it," Sarah repeated, cutting him off with the casual authority of a woman who had once talked a suicidal jumper off the Golden Gate Bridge railing using only a thermos of bad coffee and a story about a burnt pot roast. "I read the deposition transcript, Marcus. All 400 pages. She perjured herself 17 times to protect the expense codes. She lied about the Napa trips. She lied about the vendor contract. She lied about the nature of her relationship with Julian Keller. She lied to the algorithm, she lied to Lydia, she lied to Arthur, and she lied to the Wall Street Journal reporter Lydia leaked the summary to. Marcus flinched. A micro-expression. The left eyelid twitched. "She lied to everyone," Sarah continued, her voice dropping, intimate and lethal. Except you. She told you the truth in the vineyard. She told you the truth in the apartment. She told you the truth in the text message the algorithm flagged as evidence 1. Don't be. It was worth the 9B. He sent that, Marcus corrected quietly. I sent that? Semantics. Sarah leaned back, the morning light catching the platinum band on her left finger. Still there, still cold. A heavy circlet of white gold and diamonds that cost more than the median household income of the zip code they sat in. The point is, Alina Vance is the only variable in this equation you cannot model. She is the anomaly the algorithm cannot categorize. And because she refuses to be bought, she becomes the only witness who matters. Gloria will destroy her. Gloria is her. Sarah smiled, a thin, brutal expression. Gloria sent the June 29 letter to Arthur knowing it would trigger the investigation. She forced the board's hand. She created the crisis. Why? To extract the settlement. To extract you. Sarah tilted her head. Gloria doesn't want the 20 million. She wants the precedent. She wants the narrative. CEO coerces subordinate, board complicit, wife complicit. She wants to try the case in the court of public opinion because she knows the legal case is thin. The expense reports are a misdemeanor. The power dynamic is the felony. And the only way to win a felony trial in the media is to make the defendant look like a monster. Alina isn't a subordinate, Marcus said, the words tasting of ash. She was never a subordinate. She was vendor 744. Paid through a shell company, Julian Keller, created in Delaware 3 weeks before you met her. $5,000 per event. 200 events a year. $1 million in hostess fees disguised as operational expenditure. Sarah ticked them off on her fingers, the gesture eerily reminiscent of Marcus's own boardroom presentations. The optics are catastrophic, Marcus. The facts are worse. You didn't just falsify receipts. You falsified the organizational chart. You inserted a ghost into the machine to keep yourself human. The silence stretched, filled only by the clink of silverware from the next table, the low hum of venture capital dialects negotiating term sheets in hushed tones, the soundtrack of the valley eating its young. I didn't do it to keep myself human, Marcus said, his voice rough, stripped of the velvet modulator he used for earnings calls. I did it because she was the only thing in the building that wasn't a projection. The spreadsheets, the forecasts, the guidance, the buybacks, the activist letters, the analyst days, it's all fiction, Sarah. Agreed upon hallucinations. We print money by convincing people we know the future. She didn't care about the future. She cared about the rain on the roof. The chess game. The candle burning the corner of the page. Burning the corner of the page, Sarah repeated. That was chapter 2, wasn't it? The outline of your little romance novel. She burns the corner of the page with a candle. You're optimizing for a ghost, Marcus. Optimize for the morning. He flinched again. Harder. You read the outline. I read everything. The algorithms, anomaly report. Julian's emails. Gloria's letter. The WSJ draft. The 8K filing Arthur's team is finalizing for the 5:00 p.m. deadline. She reached into her structured leather tote, a Bottega Veneta, practical, indestructible, and withdrew a thick manila envelope. She didn't slide it across the table. She held it. I also read the post-nuptial agreement my counsel, drafted 6 months ago. The one you signed without reading, because you assumed I'd never invoke it. Marcus went still. The tremor in his hand stopped. Absolute zero. The fortress, he whispered. The fortress, she confirmed. Clause 14. In the event of reputational damage materially impacting the company's market capitalization exceeding 5% attributable to the executive's personal conduct, The spouse retains sole discretion over the Palo Alto residence, the Napa Vineyard Trust, and the Charitable Foundation Endowment. $9 billion, Marcus said. The drop was 8.4%. You're rounding up. I'm the Fortress Marcus. I don't round. I calculate. She set the envelope down gently. The house is mine. The vineyard, terroir is mine. The foundation is mine. You keep the Helix stock. All 1.2 million shares. Current value, approximately $42 million. Minus the clawback litigation risk. Minus the SEC fine. Minus the personal check for $1.2 million you're writing to the company today to make the expense reports whole. It's a rounding error, he echoed his own logic from the outline, the irony bitter on his tongue. $9 billion vaporized. $1.2 million to patch the hole. The $9 billion wasn't real, Sarah said, her voice softening, the first crack in the permafrost. It was market cap. Sentiment. Vapor. The $1.2 million is real. It comes from your account. The one your grandfather set up. The one you swore you'd never touch. Marcus stared at the envelope. The paper was heavy, cream-colored, watermarked. The instrument of his surrender. You knew, he said. Not a question. 6 months ago. You knew about the vineyard. The expense codes. The shell vendor. I knew about the loneliness 6 years ago, she corrected. When you stopped bringing the spreadsheets to bed and started bringing the silence. I knew about the woman 3 months ago. When Julian's shell vendor invoice crossed my desk for the foundation's audit, executive engagement services, vendor 744, $125,000 Q3. I asked Arthur what executive engagement entailed. He didn't know. I asked Lydia. She said compliance approved. I asked Julian. He said strategy off-sites. She leaned forward, elbows on the table, the posture of a general studying a map of a battlefield she had already won. I didn't ask you, she said, because I knew you would lie. Not to protect her. To protect the variable. You cannot tolerate an unquantified variable, Marcus. It breaks the model. So you built a model for her. A shell company. A vendor code. A calendar invite labeled CTO strategy. You falsified the world so she could fit inside it without disturbing the geometry. I did it to see her. You did it to own her. The words struck with the force of a gavel. That's the difference between us, Marcus. I released you years ago. I looked at the man who optimizes for the ghost of his own legacy, and I said, go. Be the architect. Build the $114 billion cathedral. I will hold the ground. I didn't need the post-nup to keep the house. I needed it to keep the truth. She tapped the envelope. She didn't break us. The affair didn't break us. The lies didn't break us. Your need to own the truth, to write the script, direct the actors, control the lighting, and still claim it was a documentary, that broke us. You couldn't just love her. You had to acquire her. And in acquiring her, you falsified the only ledger that mattered. The words hung in the air, heavier than the mahogany tribunal table, heavier than the algorithm's server racks, heavier than the $9 billion ghost. Marcus picked up the envelope. His fingers didn't tremble now. They were cold, steady, the hands of a surgeon excising a necrotic lobe. Eris is at the house, he said, the pivot abrupt, clinical. He flew in from Boston yesterday. He wants to talk. Sarah's expression didn't change. But something in her eyes, wet slate, his eyes shifted. A flicker of the mother, beneath the fortress. Eris, she repeated. The fracture, he refuses the stock. He always has. He's writing his thesis on algorithmic governance and the erosion of fiduciary duty. He dedicated the introduction to me. To my father, who taught me that every system collapses when it mistakes the map for the territory. A ghost of a smile touched Sarah's lips. He has your mouth. My vocabulary. God help him. He's in the study, Marcus continued, standing. The chair scraped a harsh sound against the stone floor. Heads turned. The venture capitalists paused mid-pitch. He's waiting for me. He said. He said he has questions about the receipts. Sarah watched him rise. The tailored Brioni suit. The perfect posture. The gray hair cut close, military precision. The most powerful man in the valley, reduced to a defendant in his own living room. Go, she said. Face the fracture. It's the only variable left that tells the truth. Marcus nodded once. Sharp. Acknowledged. He didn't reach for the envelope. He didn't reach for the coffee. He walked out of the golden fishbowl into the blinding California morning, the valet already pulling the black Maybach around, the engine a silent purr of German engineering. He didn't look back. The house on Sand Hill Road was a fortress of glass and stone, perched on the ridge like a hawk's nest. No smart glass here. No opacity on demand. The views were permanent, exposed. The rolling golden hills, the oak clusters, the distant spire of the Hoover Tower piercing the haze. Marcus let himself in through the side garage entrance, the code unchanged, his birthday backwards. The house smelled of old paper, lemon oil polish, and the faint, acrid ghost of Eris's vaping habit mint, always mint, a concession to the indoor air quality lecture he delivered at 16. The study was at the end of the hallway, a room lined with floor-to-ceiling shelves sagging under the weight of Marcus's discarded identities. Jack Welch and the GE Way. The innovator's dilemma. Only the paranoid survive. Security analysis. Graham and Dodd. Interspersed with Eris's intrusions, does capital. The shock doctrine. Weapons of math destruction. Automating inequality. Eris sat in the leather wingback chair, Marcus's chair, the one he used for earnings call prep. The sun looked small in it, swallowed by the leather, his legs pulled up, bare feet on the cushion. He wore a faded Stanford hoodie, hair longer than the board bylaws would tolerate, a thin beard masking the jawline he'd inherited from Sarah. On the desk between them sat a laptop. Open. Glowing. The algorithm's Anomaly report. The unredacted version. 400 pages of geolocated sin. You read it, Marcus said, closing the door. He didn't sit. He stood by the fireplace, hands in pockets, the posture of a man awaiting sentencing. I read the summary, Eris said. His voice was quiet, devoid of the performative rage Marcus had braced for. The GPS correlation between your phone and Alina's phone. 94% overlap on CTO off-site days. The vineyard address. The restaurant receipts. The hotel charges in Napa coded as San Jose Convention Center. It was the only way to see her. Or to hide her, Eris tapped the spacebar. The screen scrolled. Julian's emails are attached. Anticipatory obedience. That's what Lydia called it. He falsified the reports before you asked. He built the shell vendor before you met her. He created the infrastructure for the lie so you wouldn't have to dirty your hands. Marcus's jaw tightened. Julian was. Loyal. Julian is a fanatic, Eris corrected. He loves the office, Dad. Not the man. He built the machine that crushed you because he thought that's what the machine needed. He looked up. His eyes, Marcus's eyes, wet slate, were dry. The algorithm flagged the anomaly cluster on June 28th. Gloria's letter arrived June 29th. The WSJ leak happened July 14th. The stock crashed July 15th. You resigned August 6th. Timeline's accurate. 40 days, Eris whispered. 40 days to vaporize a $114 billion empire. Because the CEO expensed $18,000 in dinners with a woman he loved. Not loved, Marcus said, the denial automatic, brittle. Love is a strategic objective. A KPI. I don't. I optimize. I told you. I optimize for the outcome. Bullshit, the word cracked the air. Eris uncoiled, standing, suddenly tall, broad, the man he'd become without Marcus's permission. You cried in the vineyard. The outline says so. He cries. First time in 20 years. You burned the spreadsheet corner. You let her beat you at chess. You drank $3,000 burgundy from a paper cup because she hates pretense. Marcus went rigid. You read the outline. I read everything, Eris said, stepping closer. The outline. The algorithm. The deposition transcripts. Gloria's letter. Sarah's postnup. The 8K. The text messages. He stopped, inches from Marcus. Close enough to smell the cedar and sandalwood of Marcus's cologne, the expensive armor. The text message, Dad. It was worth the 9B. You typed that. You hit send. You knew the algorithm was watching. You knew Lydia had the subpoena power. You knew it was evidence one. I knew. Why? Eris's voice broke just a fraction. The first fracture in the fracture. Why send it? Why not delete it? Why not use the auto-delete protocol Julian set up for you? Why leave the receipt? Because the receipt was the only truth left. Marcus looked at his son, this brilliant, angry, moral creature who had refused the Helix Trust Fund, who worked in a tenant rights clinic in East Palo Alto, who dated a public defender and drove a 10-year-old Prius. The anomaly Marcus had never been able to model. The variable he had never been able to acquire. Because I wanted the record to show, Marcus said, the words tasting of dust and burgundy and rain on a stone roof. That for once. For one message. I wasn't optimizing for the ghost. I was optimizing for the morning. Eris stared at him. The silence roared. That's it, Eris asked. That's the thesis. Optimizing for the morning. That's the only objective function that matters, Marcus said. The $114 billion. The stock price. The board seats. The legacy. It's all vapor. Rounding errors in the cosmic ledger. The only thing that balances the books is the morning. And the person you want to wake up next to. Eris let out a breath, a long, shuddering exhale. He looked at the laptop, the glowing screen, the endless scroll of geolocated anomalies. Mom took the house, Eris said. The vineyard. The foundation. She gave you the stock. She gave me the trap. She gave you the choice, Eris countered. The stock is worth $42 million today. Maybe zero tomorrow. But it's yours. No clawback on the shares already vested. No SEC lien on the personal account, yet. She firewalled you. She built a fortress around you while you were busy building a cage for her. Marcus blinked. She. What? Clause 14, Eris said, tapping his temple. She invoked it before the 8K filed. She moved the Vineyard Trust into a blind LLC yesterday. The Napa property is no longer a corporate asset. It's a marital asset. She controls it. Which means, he paused, a dark, terrible humor lighting his face. Which means she decides who gets to stay at Terroir. Not the board. Not Lydia. Not Gloria. Her, the ground shifted. The tectonic plates of the Thorne Empire grinding, realigning. She's protecting Alina, Marcus realized. The words felt foreign. She's protecting the anomaly. She's protecting you, you idiot. Eris's voice cracked open, raw and sudden. She's giving you a place to land. A vineyard. A stone manor. Cypress trees. Rain on the roof. No cameras. No algorithm. No board. Just. The morning, Marcus stared at his son. Saw the mother. Saw the father he never was. Saw the truth Sarah had carved into the postnup with surgical steel. I released you years ago, Sarah had said. She didn't break us. Your need to own the truth did. I don't know how to live in a house I don't own, Marcus said, the confession tearing loose. I don't know how to wake up in a morning I didn't schedule. I don't know how to be. A variable. An anomaly, Eris reached out. His hand, strong, calloused from rock climbing, not chisels, landed on Marcus's shoulder. The contact was shocking. Electric. The first voluntary touch in a decade. Then learn, Eris said. You built a $114 billion machine from nothing. You taught the valley how to scale. You wrote the code that runs half the cloud. Surely you can figure out how to write a new script. One where the CEO doesn't falsify the expense reports. One where the father shows up for the son. One where the man pays the invoice. He gestured to the laptop. To the algorithm's report. To the geolocated cluster of anomalies at a Napa vineyard called terroir. The algorithm flags it as fraud, Eris said. I flag it as evidence of life. He turned, grabbed his backpack from the floor, slung it over one shoulder. At the door he paused. Mom's making dinner Sunday, he said. Roast chicken. The way you hate it. Dry breast, soggy skin. She burns the potatoes on purpose because she knows you'll pick them off her plate. Marcus's throat closed. I have the Rook onboarding Monday. Palo Alto. 8 a.m. Come Sunday, Eris said. Bring the anomaly. Alina. Mom wants to meet the woman who cost us $9 billion and bought us the morning. The door clicked shut. Marcus stood alone in the study. The laptop screen glowed, the algorithm's cold eyes scanning, categorizing, flagging. Anomaly cluster 744. Resolved. Human review required. He walked to the desk. His fingers hovered over the trackpad. The cursor blinked on the final line of the report. Description: recurring $1 payment from vendor 999, Alina Vance LLC, to Marcus Thorne personal. Memo: the morning. Status uncategorized. Flagged for human review. He typed. Category: asset. Valuation: priceless. Disposition: hold. Forever. He hit enter. The screen flashed green. Entry accepted. Ledger balanced. Outside, the California sun blazed on the Golden Hills. The Maybach waited in the garage. The Rook offer letter sat in his briefcase. The postnup envelope sat on the kitchen counter, unopened. But the ledger, for the first time in 30 years, balanced. Marcus Thorne, architect of the $114 billion machine, fixer of broken empires, lord of the glass cage, walked out of the study, down the hall, through the kitchen, and out the front door onto the stone patio. He didn't get in the car. He walked to the edge of the ridge. Looked out at the valley he had conquered, the empire he had lost, the son he had found, the wife who had saved him, the woman who had burned the corner of the page. He took his phone from his pocket. Unlocked it. Opened the messages. One contact. Alina. He typed, the algorithm accepts the $1 invoice. Category: asset. Valuation: priceless. He hit send. The 3 dots appeared instantly. Typing. Then, good. Because I already spent it. On coffee. Paper cups. No pretense. Marcus Thorne laughed. It was a rough sound. Unpracticed. Unoptimized. It echoed over the golden hills, startling a hawk into flight. And for the first time in 20 years, the architect wasn't watching the dashboard. He was watching the morning. Chapter 7. Vaporization. The Bloomberg terminal on Lydia Stern's desk didn't blink. It didn't flinch. It simply bled. Red. Arterial spray of crimson digits cascading down the monitor, each tick a severed capillary of market capitalization. 114.2B. 113.8B. 113.1B. The numbers didn't stutter. They accelerated, gathering momentum like a body falling from the 42nd floor, gravity doing the work the board lacked the stomach to initiate. Lydia didn't watch the tape. She watched the timestamp in the corner of the screen. 15:59:12 PST. The Wall Street Journal had dropped the story at 15:58:45. 13 minutes ago. In high-frequency time, that was the Jurassic period. Algorithms had already read the headline. Helix CEO hid affair in expense reports, board probe FINDS, parse the metadata, cross-reference the 8K filing draft leaked by a source familiar with the investigation, and executed sell orders in volumes that made the flash crash look like a rounding error. Volume, 412 million shares. Average daily volume, 18 million. The machines weren't panicking. Panic implies a limbic system. The machines were optimizing. They had detected a structural defect in the governance layer of Helix Dynamics, a CEO who falsified records to conceal a paramour, a chairman who sat on the knowledge for 72 hours, a general counsel who used the compliance apparatus as a directed energy weapon, and they were repricing the probability of future cash flows accordingly. Lydia's fingers, resting on the armrests of her Herman Miller Embody, were the only still things in the room. Her nails, short and unvarnished, tapped a silent rhythm against the carbon fiber. Tap, tap, tap. 3 beats. A waltz for the dying. 8.4%, a voice said from the doorway. Julian Keller. He didn't enter. He hovered in the threshold of the general counsel's office, sub-level B, windowless, soundproofed, like a man who knows the oxygen is venting, but hasn't decided whether to reach for the mask. Lydia didn't turn. 9.1 billion, she corrected. Her voice was the same temperature as the server room upstairs. 68 degrees, humidity controlled. Market cap erosion. 47 minutes. We're not at the bottom, Julian. We're at the moment the parachute fails to deploy. Julian's reflection in the darkened monitor showed a man unraveling in slow motion. The impeccable charcoal suit pulled tight across shoulders that had carried Marcus Thorne's calendar, secrets, and dry cleaning for 11 years. The tie, Herms, knotted with the precision of a surgical suture, was slightly askew. A single thread of panic, visible only to those who knew where to look. They'll halt trading at the bell, Julian said. It wasn't a prediction. It was a prayer. 4 minutes. 3 minutes. They have to halt it. NYSE doesn't halt for governance scandals, Julian. They halt for volatility pauses. We triggered a level 1 circuit breaker at 15:59:03. 7%. We blew through level 2, 13% in the next 8 minutes. If we hit level 3 before 16:00, she let the silence finish the sentence. Trading stops for the day. The bleeding pauses. The narrative hardens into fact. Arthur, Julian whispered. Arthur needs to know. Arthur knows. Lydia finally turned. Her eyes were the color of the Hudson in January. He's in the mahogany tribunal. He's been there since 15:55. He's reading the same WSJ piece on his iPad. He's watching the same tape. He's calculating the exact second the derivative lawsuits convert from potential to certifiable class action. Julian took a step forward. His hand found the doorframe. Gripped it. I gave you the calendar invites. I gave you the vendor contracts. I told you the codes were anticipatory. I did everything. You did exactly what you were designed to do, Lydia said. She stood, the movement fluid, economical. No wasted motion. She walked to the credenza, poured 2 fingers of Macallan 25 from the decanter she kept for nights like this, and every night was a night like this, eventually. You anticipated the CEO's needs. You built the infrastructure of deniability. You falsified the records before the order was given, because you knew the order would come. That's not loyalty, Julian. That's architectural complicity. She handed him the glass. He took it. His fingers trembled, spilling a single amber drop onto the Persian rug. A stain on a stain. Marcus, Julian said. The name cracked. He's on 42. He hasn't moved. I pinged his calendar, strategy session 16:00 to 17:00. He canceled the earnings prep. He canceled the rook call. He's just sitting there. Let him sit, Lydia sipped her whiskey. She didn't wince. The resignation demand is drafted. For cause, no severance. No accelerated vesting. Clawback on the last 3 years of performance stock. The D&O carrier is already drafting the reservation of rights letter. By 17:00, he'll have a choice. Sign the resignation announcement we wrote for him, or we file the 8K with the for-cause language and the SEC does the rest. And Alina, Lydia paused. The glass hovered at her lips. Alina Vance is a line item in the 8K. Related party transaction. Misuse of corporate assets. The text messages subpoenaed from the company-issued iPhone, Exhibit A through Exhibit 47, are now the property of the special committee. The romance, as you so poetically call it, has been securitized. It trades at a discount to par. Julian drank. Choked. She didn't ask for this. She didn't ask for the vendor code. She didn't ask for the vineyard. Neither did the shareholders, Lydia said. Neither did the pension funds. Neither did the index funds holding Helix as a core position in every 401. K, from Bangor to Bakersfield. They didn't ask for a CEO who treated the expense policy as a personal concierge service. But here we are. The bill comes due. Always, she returned to her desk. The Bloomberg terminal screamed red. 104.8 B. 9 billion gone. Vaporized. Not spent. Not invested. Erased. The collective hallucination of value, punctured by a few $1,000s in Burgundy and a handful of text messages. Tap. 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 Her fingers on the keyboard now. Not the armrest. Compose, to M. THRNE, CEO from, L. SDRNE, GC, RE. Immediate action required, she typed with the velocity of a concert pianist. Marcus. The special committee has convened. The WSJ article triggers immediate disclosure obligations under Item 5.02 and Item 7.01. We have drafted the resignation announcement. You have until 17:00 PSD to execute. After that, the for cause 8K files automatically. No further discussion. Lydia. She hit send. The read receipt returned in 4 seconds. Read 16:02:14 PSD. He was alive. He was watching. 42 floors up, the smart glass of the CEO's office was opaque. The valley was erased. No Google campus, no Apple spaceship, no Stanford quad. Just Marcus Thorne and the ghost of a $114 billion valuation. He stood at the window, where the glass would be if the electrochromic layer weren't charged to maximum privacy, his palm flat against the cold polymer. He could feel the vibration of the building's HVAC system through his fingertips. A low, subsonic hum. The sound of a machine breathing. His phone sat on the credenza. The screen lit up. Lydia Sdrne, Marcus. The special committee has convened. He didn't pick it up. He didn't need to. He'd watched the after-hours tape on the hidden monitor behind the sliding panel, his private Bloomberg, the one the board didn't know about, fed by a direct fiber cross-connect to Equinix NY4. He'd seen the bid evaporate. He'd seen the algorithms swarm the ask like piranha. He'd watched $9 billion, his $9 billion, the $9 billion he'd built from the ashes of the Fiorina disaster, quarter by quarter, headcount by headcount, lie by lie, disintegrate in the time it takes to eat a sandwich. $9.1 billion. The number didn't feel like money. It felt like mass. The mass of the company he'd carried on his shoulders for 3 years. The mass of the 3,000 employees who would now face synergy reviews. The mass of Eris's tuition, Sarah's divorce lawyers, Julian's mortgage, the vendors, the creditors, the ecosystem. All gone because he'd coded a vineyard dinner as a CTO strategy offsite. Because he'd been too weak to say, I am seeing a woman. It costs me nothing you don't already pay for. It keeps me human. Because he'd let Julian build the lie and signed it again and again, 47 times over 18 months. $1,200. $4,500. $18,900. Round numbers. Auditors ignore round numbers. Julian had been right about that, at least. His phone buzzed again. A different rhythm. Not email. SMS. He picked it up. Alina Vance, done. She replies, I'm sorry. He types, don't be. It was worth the 9B. He hits send. The investigation has the text. The text wasn't from Alina. It was from himself. A draft he'd written in the Notes app at 15:58, 2 minutes after the WSJ alert hit his terminal. He hadn't sent it. He'd just written it. Watched the cursor blink. Don't be. It was worth the 9B. The most expensive text message in human history. $9 billion for 16 words. $562 million per word. Worth it. Was it? He thought of the vineyard. Terroir. The smell of damp earth and fermenting grape skins. The sound of Alina laughing, really laughing, the kind that started in her diaphragm and ended in her shoulders, when he tried to explain EBITDA margins using a chess metaphor, and she'd checkmated him in 6 moves. You're optimizing for a ghost, Marcus, she'd said, burning the corner of his 10-year projection with a candle flame. Optimize for the morning, he hadn't understood then. He understood now. The morning was the only thing that wasn't a line item. The morning was the only thing the algorithm couldn't flag. His thumb hovered over the screen. The draft sat there. Don't be. It was worth the 9B. Send. Delete. Send. Delete. The phone rang. The caller ID, Arthur Vance, chairman. Marcus let it ring. 3 times. 4. The vibration hummed against the credenza wood, a tiny seismic event. Voicemail picked up. Arthur's voice, stripped of its usual patrician warmth, stripped of the Marcus, my boy, and the steady the ship, and the we're in this together. Marcus. It's Arthur. The special committee has voted. Unanimous. Resignation by 17:00. For cause if you don't sign. The D&O carrier has agreed to fund your defense if you go quietly. If you don't, they'll reserve rights. You'll be personally liable for the derivative suits. The clawback. The SEC enforcement action. Your personal assets. The Palo Alto house. The Napa stake. Eris's trust. All of it, a pause. A breath. The sound of an old man breaking. I loved you like a son, Marcus. I love you. Which is why I have to be the one to kill you. Be in the boardroom at 16:45. Bring a pen. Don't bring a lawyer. It only makes it uglier. The line clicked dead. Marcus stared at the phone. Don't bring a lawyer. It only makes it uglier. Arthur knew. Arthur knew he wouldn't bring a lawyer. Because the only lawyer who mattered was Lydia. And Lydia had already written the ending. He looked at his watch. 16:07 PST. 38 minutes. Down in the mahogany tribunal, the air tasted of ozone and fear. The 40-foot walnut table sat empty except for 3 people. Arthur Vance at the head, Lydia Stern at his right hand, and a single printout stapled in the center. The WSJ article, printed on heavy bond, the headline bold enough to cut glass. Helix CEO hid affair in expense reports. Board probe finds the subheadline. $114 billion market cap erased in after-hours trading. Chairman demands resignation. Arthur didn't touch the paper. His hands, liver-spotted and vein-webbed, folded in his lap. He looked at the portraits on the wall. The founders. Stern men in wing collars. Men who built railroads and refineries and chip fabs with their hands, not spreadsheets. Men who understood that trust was the only asset that couldn't be hedged. Lydia, Arthur said. His voice was a rasp. The text message. Lydia slid a second document across the table. A forensic extraction report. Celebrite UFED log. Device, Apple iPhone 15 Pro, corporate asset HEL 42001. Extraction date, today. The algorithm flagged the geolocation cluster at 15:58, Lydia said. The WSJ story dropped at 15:58:45. At 15:58:50, the CEO drafted an SMS to Alina Vance. Content, don't be. It was worth the 9B. He did not send it. But the draft exists in the local SQLite database. It is discoverable. It is admissible. It is. Dispositive, Arthur picked up the report. His glasses slid down his nose. He didn't push them up. Worth the $9 billion, he murmured. He calculated it. In real time. He watched the tape, he saw the loss, and he priced the romance. Men like Marcus price everything, Arthur, Lydia said. That's what we hired him for. That's what we rewarded. We just never thought he'd price us. And Alina, she replied at 15:59:12. I'm sorry, 2 words. 1 contraction. No punctuation. The metadata shows she was at her apartment. Soma. Cell tower triangulation confirms. Lydia's finger tapped the page. She didn't send I love you. She didn't send fight. She sent I'm sorry. She's already accepted the narrative. She's already the villain in the 8K. Arthur closed the report. Slow. Deliberate. Like closing a casket. Bring him in, he said. 16:45. Sharp, 16:23 PSD. The Four Seasons, Palo Alto. The golden fishbowl. The avocado toast sat untouched. The poached eggs congealing into yellow rubber. The microgreens wilting under the heat lamps. Damien Rook didn't eat. He observed. He sat in the corner booth, a monolith in a charcoal brioni, his silver hair swept back like a Roman senator's. Across from him, a Wall Street Journal reporter, young, hungry, recording on an iPhone, nodded furiously as Damien spoke. Look, the board panicked, Damien said, his voice a velvet hammer. You have a CEO who delivered 32% CAGR expanded margins 400 basis points, navigated the supply chain crisis, the inflation spike, the AI pivot, and they fire him over expense reports. $18,000 on a $114 billion revenue base. That's not governance. That's autoimmune disease. The body attacking its own organs. He leaned back, signaled the waiter for another espresso. Double. No sugar. Marcus Thorne is the best operator of his generation. Bar none. The board just handed me a Ferrari with a flat tire. I'm going to inflate the tire, drive it off the lot, and win the Indy 500. You can quote me on that, the reporter smiled. She had her headline. Rook, Thorne firing autoimmune disease, confirms hiring intent. Damien's phone buzzed in his pocket. He didn't look. He knew the rhythm. 3 short vibrations. The signal from his trader at the desk in Austin. Helix halted. Level 3 triggered. 13.2% down. Trading suspended for the day. Close at 104.8 B. 9 billion vaporized. The cheapest acquisition, due diligence in history. He sipped his espresso. Burnt. Perfect. Tell your editors to watch the 8K at 5:01, Damien said, standing. He dropped a black Amex on the table. That's when the real story starts. 16:38 PSD. Helix Tower. Floor 42. Marcus hadn't moved. His palm still on the opaque glass. The HVAC hum a constant drone. He thought about the $1.2 million personal check he'd need to write. The restitution for the misused funds. A rounding error against the $9 billion. A penance the algorithm would accept. He thought about Julian. The emails Lydia had. The anticipatory falsification chain. Julian, can you code the Napa dinner as CTO off-site? Thanks. M followed by done. Used vendor 744. Round numbers per protocol. J. Julian would fall. The ghost would be exorcised. Lydia would see to it. A sacrificial lamb for the compliance gods. He thought about Sarah. The post-nut papers. The Palo Alto house. The silence of 30 years settling into a legal document. She hadn't yelled. She just itemized. You broke the vows with your receipts, Marcus. You lied to the machine. The machine is all you are. She was wrong. The machine was never all he was. The machine was the armor. The machine was the shield. Underneath, there was just a man who wanted to play chess in the rain and lose. His phone buzzed. The screen lit up. Unknown number, location pin dropped. 37, 7,749 degrees N, 122, 4,194 degrees W. Civic Center. Courthouse. 30 minutes. Not the vineyard. Not the Four Seasons. Not the glass cage. The courthouse. He stared at the pin. The blue dot pulsing on the map. A legal address. A place where truths are sworn under oath, where lines are drawn, where romance becomes a contract and contracts become weapons. She's not meeting me. She's serving me. Or maybe, she was meeting him at the only place where the algorithm had no jurisdiction. Where the ledger didn't matter. Where 2 people could stand before a clerk and say, this happened. It was real. It cost 9B. We pay the fee. He typed a reply. His thumb moved fast, decisive. No draft this time. No delete. Sent, 16:39:12 PSD. On my way. He pulled his hand from the glass. The smart panel deactivated. The valley exploded into view. Golden light, rolling hills, the infinite grid of human ambition. $114 billion worth of sunlight. He grabbed his coat. A Brioni. Cashmere. $12,000. He didn't take the elevator. He took the stairs. 42 floors. Down. Every step, a line item settling. Tap. 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 His shoes on the concrete. The only sound in the stairwell. The romance was now a line item in the 8K filing. But the walk down. The walk down was off the books. Chapter 8. The dugout. The fog didn't roll in over San Francisco so much as it occupied the city. A hostile military maneuver executed in damp, gray silence. It swallowed the upper third of the Salesforce Tower, swallowed the Bay Bridge cables, and pressed against the windows of the owner's suite at Oracle Park like a wet wool blanket. Marcus Thorne stood with his forehead against the cold glass, his breath leaving a fleeting, ghostly oval on the pane. 42 floors below. No, 3 miles north and a lifetime away. His old office in Helix Tower was already being scrubbed. By now, Lydia Stern's team would have imaged his hard drives. The smart glass would be reset to factory transparency. Sarah's keycard would work, his would not. The press release had hit the wire at 4:01 p.m. 40 seconds of prepared text. Helix Dynamics announces leadership transition. No apology for the romance. Only, I violated the company's expense policy. I hold myself accountable. The words tasted like ash in a mouth that hadn't tasted food in 36 hours. You have the posture of a man watching his own funeral procession. A voice said from the leather depths behind him. Relax, Marcus. The casket is closed. The dirt is thrown. You're just standing at the graveside checking your watch. Marcus didn't turn. He knew that voice. It carried the specific, gravelly resonance of a man who had made 9 figures betting on chaos and spent the last decade telling the financial press that governance was for suckers. Damian Rook. The Vulture. The Ellison analog. The only man in the valley who made Marcus look like a choir boy in a bespoke Brioni suit. Did you watch the after-hours tape? Marcus asked, his voice flat, stripped of the commanding timbre he used for earnings calls. I am the after-hours tape, Rook replied. The sound of ice clinking in a glass. Bourbon, neat, the good stuff, not the swill they served in the press box. 9.1 billion in 47 minutes. Beautiful violence. Efficient. The market doesn't hate you, Marcus. The market loves a liquidation event. It just hates uncertainty. And you, my friend, just became the most certain thing on the board, a free agent. Marcus turned. The suite was a cathedral of excess. Dark walnut, exposed brick, a view of the diamond swallowed by the marine layer. Rook sat in a high-backed chair that looked more like a throne, legs sprawled. A Cubs cap pulled low over eyes that had evaluated and dismantled more tech empires than the DOJ. He wore a vintage Metallica tee under an unstructured blazer that cost more than Marcus's first car. On the field, invisible in the soup, a relief pitcher was walking the leadoff batter. 4 pitches. All balls. The crowd's roar was a muffled, distant thrum, vibrating through the soles of Marcus's shoes. Sit, Rook commanded, not looking up from his phone. He swiped, tapped, swiped. The board voted at 3. The 8K filed at 3:15. Arthur held the line on for cause. No severance. No accelerated vesting. You walked away from $200 million in unvested RSUs to save a woman who doesn't want your money. Marcus remained standing. His knees felt like locked pistons. She refused the settlement. $20 million. Gloria Aldridge nearly had a stroke. Good for her. Bad for the narrative. Rook finally looked up, the blue eyes sharp, devoid of sentiment. Aldridge wanted the harassment angle. Coerced by power dynamic, Alina Vance said no. She just torched the only leverage she had. That makes her dangerous. Or honest. In this town, they look identical on a spreadsheet. She's not a line item, Damien. Everything is a line item. The only question is the column header, asset or liability. Rook set the phone down. The screen displayed a Bloomberg terminal snapshot. THORNE, M resignation Helix Dynamics, HLX, minus 8.4% AH. Right now, the street has you pegged as damaged goods, toxic, radioactive. The CEO who falsified T&E reports to hide a girlfriend. The fixer who broke the machine. He stood up, walking to the wet bar, the bourbon sloshing amber. I see something else. I see a man who took a $114 billion entity, optimized the living hell out of it, and then burned it down because the optimization forgot to account for meaning. He poured a second glass, didn't offer it, just held it up to the light. That's not damage, Marcus. That's a feature. You proved you're not an algorithm. You proved you have a breakpoint. And unlike the rest of the automatons running this valley, your breakpoint isn't greed. It's her, Marcus flinched. A microscopic spasm at the corner of his jaw. Alina is not a breakpoint. She's the only thing that was real. Real doesn't scale, Rook said softly. Real doesn't file 10Ks. Real doesn't meet quarterly guidance. But Real builds the kind of loyalty that survives a 90% drawdown. I need someone who can build that. My cloud division is bleeding talent to Oz. My CTO quit last week to start a pickleball app. I have a board full of vultures who think I'm the problem. I need the architect. And I need him cheap. He turned, extending the glass. 5 million base. 50 million in performance RSUs, vesting over 4. Co-president. Title, Chief Architecture Officer. You report to me. You own the stack. You fix the culture. You start Monday. Marcus stared at the glass. The bourbon swirled, a miniature vortex. The smell, oak vanilla ethanol, cut through the fog-damp air. Monday, Marcus repeated. The ink on the resignation isn't dry. Ink is for historians, Rook said. Wire transfers are for operators. The offer expires when that reliever records an out. He jerked his chin toward the window. Basie's loaded. No outs. To run game. The worst decision since Apple fired Jobs. Maybe. But Jobs came back. And he brought the soul back with him. Marcus took the glass. The crystal was cold against his fingers, the only steady thing in the room. He drank. The burn was clean, honest, a sharp contrast to the slick, oily residue of the last 7 days. The lawyers' conference rooms, Lydia's icy dissection, Arthur's heartbroken silence, Sarah's surgical signature on the postnup, Eris's accusation. You chose the lie over the job. But you chose her over the lie. Which one was the mistake, Dad? He hadn't had an answer then. He didn't have one now. But he knew the math of this offer. He knew the code. Rook wasn't buying a CEO, he was buying a weapon. And Marcus was the only ammunition left in the valley that had already been fired and survived the impact. Why me? Marcus asked, setting the empty glass on the bar. Why not promote from within? Why not poach a clean Google VP? Because clean VPs don't know what it feels like to watch 9 billion evaporate in an hour and not flinch, Rook said, his voice dropping an octave, losing the showman's cadence. Because the Google VP has never had to choose between the ledger and the life. You just made that choice. You chose the life. You lost the ledger. And you're still standing here, drinking my Pappy Van Winkle, asking why. Rook leaned in, the scent of expensive tobacco and cheap adrenaline filling the space between them. The board hated you because you were the smartest man in the room. I'm hiring you because you're the only man in the room who knows the smartest play, isn't always the right one. That's not a bug, Marcus. That's the only architecture that survives the next crash. On the field, the fog seemed to lift a fraction, revealing the bright green geometry of the infield. The reliever, some kid with 100-mile-an-hour fastball and zero command, stepped off the rubber. He rubbed the ball, looked at the runner on third, shook off the catcher, shook him off again. The tension in the suite ratcheted up. Rook watched the invisible drama with the intensity of a surgeon monitoring a vital screen. "He's thinking too much," Rook muttered. "Thinking gets you killed in the ninth. You just throw the heater. You trust the stuff, or you walk the batter," Marcus said. "Load the bases. Force the play at the plate. Minimize the variance. Variance is the only thing that creates alpha," Rook countered. "You minimize variance, you minimize return. You play not to lose, you don't win. You just persist." Marcus watched the pitcher. The kid took a deep breath, visible even from here, a shudder of the shoulders. He came set. He fired. Crack. A sharp, clean sound that cut the fog. A line drive, screaming toward the gap. Marcus exhaled, a long, shuddering release of air he didn't know he'd been holding since June 29. Double, Rook diagnosed instantly. 2-run score. Tie game. Kid's done. Closer comes in. We win in extras. We always win in extras. He clapped a hand on Marcus's shoulder. The grip was iron, warm, startlingly human. "Welcome to the dugout, architect. Try not to break the furniture." Marcus looked at the hand on his shoulder. He looked at the field, where the shortstop was flipping the ball to second, turning to, the geometry perfect, the execution brutal. He thought of Alina. Not the Alina of the vineyard, laughing in the candlelight, beating him at chess with a bishop sacrifice he never saw coming. Not the Alina of the ground floor apartment, reading the Aldridge letter with a spine of steel, refusing the $20 million because she refused to be a variable in his optimization function. He thought of the text he'd sent from the dark of the 42nd floor. "Done." She replied, "I'm sorry." He typed, "Don't be." It was worth the 9B. The investigation had the text. The algorithm had flagged it. Exhibit A, intent. Exhibit B, valuation of personal relationship Vs. Shareholder value. He had destroyed his empire for a message that never should have been sent. He had burned the ledger to keep the morning. And now, the vulture was handing him a new ledger. A new pen. A new game. "Monday," Marcus said. The word wasn't a question. It was a log entry. A commit message. "Git push origin main, force." "Monday," Rook confirmed. He pulled his phone back up, thumb already dancing. "I'll have Julian's replacement cleared by security." Speaking of Julian Keller. "Your ghost." Lydia has his emails. The anticipatory falsification. He goes down for the cover-up. You walk clean on the criminal referral. Civil only. The $1.2 million personal check covers the restitution. Alina walks. No NDA. She keeps her voice. Marcus stiffened. "You know about the $1.2 million. I know the settlement terms before the lawyers draft them," Rook said, not looking up. "I know Alina Vance refused the payout. I know she torched the harassment claim. I know she's the only reason you're not in an orange jumpsuit right now. And I know that if you take this job, you're not doing it for the $50 million. You're doing it because it's the only way to pay her back without her knowing." The fog rolled back in, thick and total, erasing the field, the fans, the game. The suite was an island in a white ocean. Marcus Thorne, former CEO of Helix Dynamics, current co-president of Rook Industries, stood in the silence. He felt the phantom weight of the signet ring he hadn't worn in 20 years. He felt the absence of the helix lapel pin. He felt the raw, abraded place where his armor used to be. He was employable. The market had spoken. The code still compiled. But as Rook had said, real doesn't scale. He pulled his phone from his pocket. The screen was black. No notifications. No messages from the 42nd floor. No calendar invites labeled strategy session. He opened a new message. The cursor blinked, a steady, patient pulse in the dark. To Alina Vance, he typed a location pin. Not the vineyard. Not the ground floor. Not the Four Seasons. San Francisco Superior Court. 400 McAllister Sent. Clerk's office. Room 204. He stared at the pin. The blue dot pulsed. Civil harassment, restraining order workshop. Public records. Filing fee, $435. Fee waiver available. No. That wasn't right. That was the law. That was the algorithm. He deleted it. He typed a new pin. A single coordinate. Latitude, longitude. No address. No name. 38, 2,975 degrees N, 122, 2,869 degrees W. The coordinates of the stone manor, behind the cypress rose. The place where the cameras didn't reach. The place where the rain fell on the roof, and the burgundy tasted like dirt, and she burned the corner of his 10-year plan. Terroir. He hit send. The phone vibrated once. Delivered. He didn't wait for the read receipt. He didn't watch the typing bubbles. He pocketed the device, turned his back on the invisible diamond, and walked toward the private elevator that would take him to the underground garage, to the black SUV, to the rented modernist box with no art and one photo on the fridge. He was the architect again. He had a blueprint. He had a budget. He had a sword. And for the first time in 30 years, he wasn't optimizing for the outcome. He was just showing up for the morning. Chapter 9. The settlement. The fog clung to the cypress, rose like a shroud, thick and smelling of damp earth and crushed mint. It muffled the sound of the tires on the gravel drive, turning the approach to Terroir into a silent procession. No headlights pierced the white wall. The cars, 3 town cars, 1 unmarked sedan with government plates, moved on memory and GPS coordinates alone. Marcus Thorne stood on the stone terrace of the 1920s manor, the cold slate biting through the soles of his Ferragamo loafers. He wore the charcoal brioni, the one he wore for earnings calls and funerals. Today, it served for both. He didn't turn as the heavy oak door clicked open behind him. The scent of expensive perfume, Gloria Aldridge's signature, a brutal blend of oud and tobacco, preceded the click of heels on stone. Marcus, Gloria said. Her voice lacked its usual courtroom boom. Here, in the sanctuary he had built with Alina, she sounded tired. The fog is a cliché. Even for you. It's a security feature, Gloria, Marcus said, his eyes fixed on the white void where the vines should have been. Satellites can't see through it. Drones crash in it. It's the only place in the valley where the algorithm doesn't reach. The algorithm reaches everywhere, Marcus. Lydia Stern's voice cut through the damp air. She stepped out from the shadows of the doorway, a pale ghost in a navy pantsuit, tablet in hand. That's rather the point of an algorithm. It doesn't need eyes. It needs data. And you too generated a fascinating data set. Marcus finally turned. Arthur Vance stood just inside the threshold, framed by the dark walnut paneling of the great room. The chairman looked older than the last time Marcus had seen him, 6 weeks ago, in the mahogany tribunal. The skin around his jaw was slack. The tremor in his left hand, usually masked by a pen or a whiskey tumbler, was visible as he clasped them behind his back. Julian Keller was the last to enter. He didn't walk in. He appeared, materializing from the kitchen hallway, holding a silver tray with water glasses. He looked immaculate, his tie a perfect Windsor, his expression the blank mask of a butler serving a last meal. But his eyes, those terrifyingly loyal eyes, were red-rimmed, the whites bloodshot. "Water, sir," Julian asked, his voice smooth, professional. The ghost, serving drinks at his own execution. Marcus took a glass. "No ice, Julian." "You know that." "I know everything, sir," Julian replied, setting the tray down on the antique sideboard with a soft clink. "That was always the problem." "Sit," Arthur said. It wasn't a request. It was the gavel falling. They arranged themselves in the great room, a geometry of power and ruin. Arthur at the head of the long refectory table. Lydia to his right, the blade. Gloria to his left, the shield. Julian against the wall, the witness. And at the far end, the empty chair. The French doors to the terrace opened, letting in a gust of wet, cold air. Alina Vance walked in. She wore a cream-colored cashmere coat, belted at the waist, her hair loose, damp at the ends from the fog. She carried no briefcase, no folder. Just a leather-bound notebook, the size of a passport, tucked under her arm. She looked, Marcus thought with a sudden, violent lurch in his chest, exactly like the woman who had beaten him at chess in this room 3 months ago. She looked like the only real thing in a room full of legal fictions. She didn't look at Marcus. She looked at Arthur. "Chairman Vance," she said. Her voice was clear, resonant, unshaken. General Counsel Stern. "Ms. Aldridge." "Julian." She pulled out the chair at the foot of the table, the guest chair, the subordinate position, and sat down. She placed the notebook on the polished walnut. She didn't open it. "Ms. Vance," Gloria Aldridge said, sliding a thick, bound document across the table. The paper whispered on the wood. "The settlement agreement. Standard confidentiality, non-disparagement, mutual release. The corporation pays you $20 million. You walk away clean. The hostile work environment claim is withdrawn with prejudice. The expense report irregularities are attributed solely to Mr. Thorne's unilateral mismanagement of vendor relationships. You were a contractor, misled by the CEO. A victim, Alina didn't touch the document. $20 million. It's a fortune, Lydia said, her tone clinical. More than the GDP of a small island nation. It buys you silence. It buys you a narrative where you are the ingenue, not the accomplice. Take it, Alina. The board has authorized me to go to 30. But the minute this room adjourns, the offer evaporates. The SEC referral goes out. The DOJ gets the expense codes. You become a co-conspirator in a 9-figure fraud. $9 billion in market cap, Arthur corrected softly. Not 9-figure. $9 billion. Gone. Because of this, he tapped the settlement agreement. Because of dinners coded as CTO offsites. Because of a vineyard that doesn't exist on any corporate map. It exists, Alina said. I've walked the rows. I've pruned the vines. The 2016 Pinot is exceptional, by the way. You should try it before you sell the asset. Alina, Marcus said. The name cracked in the quiet room. Don't, she turned her head then. Slow. Deliberate. Her eyes found his, dark and fathomless in the dim light of the chandelier. Don't what Marcus. Don't tell the truth. That's the only currency left. She turned back to Gloria. I'm not signing, Gloria's jaw tightened. A muscle jumped. You will sign. I didn't fly up from LA to watch you commit financial suicide. You have no leverage. The algorithm has your geolocation data, pinging at this address 47 times in 6 months. It has the texts. It has the calendar invites Julian created. She glanced at Julian. Julian has already testified. He gave us the anticipatory obedience defense. He fell on his sword. You need to fall on yours. Julian flinched. A microscopic movement. I did what was necessary to protect the office, Ms. Aldridge. As I always do. You protected him, Alina said, her voice dropping an octave, hardening. You didn't protect the office. You built the trap. You coded the lies before he even asked. You made the fraud frictionless. And you walked into it with your eyes open, Julian shot back, the mask slipping, revealing the anguish beneath the professional veneer. You knew the codes. You signed the invoices. Vendor 744. You cashed the checks. Don't pretend you were dragged into the vineyard, Alina. You chose the vineyard. The silence stretched, heavy as the fog outside. Alina nodded. I did. I chose the vineyard. I chose the rain on the roof. I chose the chess games. I chose the man who cries over a spreadsheet because he realizes he's optimizing for a ghost. She stood up. The chair scraped loudly. I chose him, she said, addressing the table, the board, the algorithm listening in the cloud. But I didn't choose the fraud. She walked to the head of the table, standing beside Arthur's trembling hand. She picked up the pen, Marcus's pen, a Mont Blanc Meisterstück he used for signing annual reports, and uncapped it. Ms. Vance, Lydia warned, if you alter that document. I'm not altering it, Alina said. I'm voiding it. She drew a single, violent line through the entire first page. Void. Then the second. Void. Third. Void. All the way to the signature line. She capped the pen, placed it down perfectly parallel to the edge of the table. The fraud wasn't the dinners, Lydia, Alina said, her voice carrying the weight of a verdict. The fraud was the contract. Vendor 744. $5,000 per event for executive engagement services. Do you know what that line item bought? It bought my silence. It bought the pretense that I was a hostess pouring wine at a product launch, not the woman sitting across from the CEO at 2:00 a.m. discussing his son's thesis, his wife's divorce, his father's ghost. She looked at Marcus. It bought the lie that I was for sale. The contract is standard, Lydia said, ice in her veins. It protects the company from exactly this, quid pro quo allegations. It protects the company from accountability, Alina countered. If I sign this settlement, the record shows, Alina Vance was paid off. Alina Vance was a gold digger who settled. Marcus Thorne was a rogue actor who paid hush money. The expense reports. A mistake, a mismanagement, the board washes its hands. The stock stabilizes. Julian gets a golden parachute for his loyalty. And the only thing that was real, the only thing that wasn't a line item, gets erased. She turned to Gloria. You want me to say he coerced me? You want the Me Too narrative because it's the cleanest kill shot. But it's a lie. And I won't perjure myself to save your client's stock price, Gloria. Not even for $30 million. Gloria Aldridge stared at her, the great predator finally meeting prey that wouldn't run. A slow, terrifying smile curved Gloria's red lips. You're a dangerous woman, Alina Vance. Do you know that? You just cost yourself $20 million. You cost him his freedom. The DOJ doesn't care about your moral clarity. They care about wire fraud. Mail fraud. Securities fraud. He goes to prison. Real prison. Not club-fed. You've sentenced him. No, Marcus said. The word hung in the air, absolute. He stood up. The chair groaned. He walked the length of the table, the fog pressing against the windows behind him, until he stood beside Alina. He didn't touch her. He didn't look at her. He looked at Lydia. He reached into the inner pocket of his Brioni jacket. Not for a pen. For a checkbook. Personal. Leather, worn at the corners. He wrote quickly. Pay to the order of Helix Dynamics. $1,200,000. Memo, restitution expense report variances, full. He tore the check out. The perforations screamed in the quiet. He walked it over to Lydia and placed it on the tablet. Personal funds, Marcus said. After tax. It covers the aggregate variance on every CTO offsite invoice. Principal and interest. The company is made whole. Today, Lydia picked up the check, examining it with the detached curiosity of a coroner. This doesn't erase the falsification, Marcus. The books still show the false entries. The 8K filing still requires the restatement. The clawback provisions are waived, Arthur said. Everyone looked at the chairman. Arthur Vance looked at Marcus. Really looked at him. For the first time in 30 years, he didn't look at the CEO. He looked at the boy he'd hired, the man he'd mentored, the son he'd lost. The board waives the clawback, Arthur said, his voice rough, unamplified. In exchange for the resignation, effective immediately. The NDA stands for the company. Not for you, Marcus. Not for her, he nodded at Alina. You tell your truth. We tell ours. The market decides the rest. Arthur, Lydia started, protest rising. The derivative suits will allege the board knew, Arthur cut her off. Or should have known. Julian's emails, he looked at Julian. Julian Keller stood perfectly still. Sir, the anticipatory emails, Arthur said. The ones where you instructed accounts payable to create the CTO Strategy Cost Center before the first dinner. The ones where you told the vendor manager to keep the numbers round. Auditors ignore round numbers. Lydia has them. Lydia's tablet chimed. She swiped. Her eyes scanned. Her face didn't change, but the temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees. She has them, Julian said quietly. I forwarded them to her secure server 20 minutes ago. From my personal account. With a cover note, Exhibit A, the architecture of the cover-up. Author, J. Keller, Marcus closed his eyes. A long, slow blink. The only tell. Julian, Marcus said. Why? Julian looked at Marcus. The devotion, the obsession, the terrifying love, it was all laid bare now, stripped of the chief of staff title. Because you forgot how to protect yourself, sir. You protected her. You left the flank open. I stepped in. I always step in. But the algorithm sees the pattern. It saw me. So I gave it a bigger target. Me. Not you. Not her. Me. You're destroying yourself, Gloria said, sounding almost impressed. The DOJ will come for you first. You were the mechanism. The architect of the falsification. I know, Julian said. He straightened his tie. I've already retained counsel. A public defender, likely. Fitting symmetry. I built the machine that caught me. He looked at Alina. You were right. In the kitchen. The trap. I built it. I'm springing it on myself. He walked to the door, paused. The car is waiting, sir. The 42nd floor has been cleared. Your effects are in storage. Eris is downstairs. He drove up separately. He asked to see the vineyard. One last time, Julian left. The door clicked shut. The sound was final. The ghost exorcised. Lydia stared at the tablet, then at the check. She set the check down. She typed a single command. Exhibit be submitted. Investigation update. Primary liability isolated. The SEC gets the Julian Keller file, Lydia announced. The DOJ gets the Julian Keller file. The civil liability for the expense reports rests with Marcus Thorne, settled via personal restitution. The criminal referral. She hesitated. The criminal referral for wire fraud requires intent to defraud shareholders. The Keller emails prove the intent was his, to protect the CEO. The CEO. The CEO was the beneficiary of a fraud he did not architect. She looked at Marcus. You're lucky, Marcus. Your chief of staff just took a bullet for you. A very large federal bullet. You walk. Civilly clean. Criminally. Gray. But defensible. Reliance on subordinate. The captain of the ship doctrine cuts both ways. Marcus opened his eyes. He looked at Lydia. Thank you, Lydia. Don't thank me, she said, packing her tablet into her briefcase with surgical precision. I hated every minute of this. You made a mockery of the compliance framework. You made a mockery of my friendship. If I never see you again, it will be too soon. She looked at Alina. Ms. Vance. You're an idiot. A brave, magnificent idiot. But you just walked away from generational wealth for a man who lies on spreadsheets. I didn't walk away from him, Alina said. I walked toward the truth. There's a difference. Lydia paused, her hand on the door handle. Is there? She left. Gloria Aldridge was the last. She gathered the voided settlement agreement, the unsigned pages. She tucked them into a folder. 20 million, she muttered. 30. 50. I've never had a client turn down the bag. She looked at Marcus, then Alina. You two deserve each other. You're both terminally allergic to leverage. She snapped her briefcase shut. I'll bill you for the flight, Marcus. Full rate. No discount for the tragedy. She swept out, red suit cutting through the fog like a wound. Silence returned. The hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. The drip of condensation on the French doors. Arthur Vance remained seated. He looked at the check for $1.2 million. He looked at the Mont Blanc pen. Arthur, Marcus said. The board seat. The emeritus role. Arthur shook his head slowly. You broke the trust, Marcus. Not the law. The trust. That's the only currency that matters in this room. He stood up, gripping the table for balance. I loved you like a son. That's why I have to let you go. If I keep you, I break the institution. And the institution is the only thing that outlives us. He walked around the table. He stopped in front of Marcus. He extended a hand. Not a father's embrace. A trustee's handshake. Good luck, Marcus. Build something honest next time. Even if it's smaller, Marcus took the hand. The grip was paper-thin, fragile. I will, Arthur. I'll optimize for the morning. Arthur's eyes flickered to Alina. You too, Alina. Take care of him. He's terrible at it. Arthur left. The heavy oak door boomed shut. They were alone. Marcus and Alina. In the vineyard. In the fog. The romance's final form. Not a kiss. A transfer of burden. Marcus let out a breath he felt he'd been holding since June 29. Since the first falsified invoice. Since the first time he coded strategy session instead of Alina. He walked to the sideboard. Poured 2 glasses of water from Julian's tray. Handed one to her. Julian, she said, staring at the tray. He loved you. In his way. He loved the version of me that ran Helix, Marcus said. He hated the version of me that loved you. He couldn't reconcile the code. He saved you. He destroyed himself to save the asset. That's what he does. That's what I made him. Alina took the water. Drank. Set the glass down. She opened the leather notebook. The first page was blank. She wrote a single line in fountain pen, ink dark and wet. June 29, letter withdrawn. Cause, lack of standing. Plaintiff refuses victim status. She closed the book. Gloria is furious. She'll leak the refusal. The press will call me crazy. Or a saint. Probably both. Let them, Marcus said. You just bankrupted the narrative. No victim, no villain. Just two people who lied to a machine until the machine broke. The machine is broken, she agreed. The stock is at $98. The 9B is gone. You're unemployed. I'm unemployable. Julian is facing federal time. Arthur is retired. Lydia is. Lydia, Damien Rook called, Marcus said. Yesterday. From the dugout, Alina looked up. Sharp. And I start Monday. Co-president. Cloud division. $50 million a year. Equity, he said it flatly. A line item. He thinks the scandal humanizes me. He calls it grit. He wants the guy who built the $114 engine, not the saint who ran it. Is that who you are now? She asked. The guy who builds engines. Marcus looked at the fog. I don't know who I am without the spreadsheet, Alina. That's the truth. The terrifying truth. But I know who I am when I'm here. He looked at her. I'm the guy who loses $9 billion and calls it a bargain. She stepped closer. The air between them charged, not with lust, but with the terrifying intimacy of shared ruin. She reached up, her fingers brushing the lapel of his Brioni jacket. The fabric was cool, expensive, armored. You didn't lose $9 billion, Marcus, she whispered. You spent it. On the rain. On the chess games. On the morning, her hand flattened over his heart. You bought the only thing that wasn't a variable. You bought the anomaly. I'll carry the 9B, he said, his voice dropping to a register she alone had ever heard. The register of the man, not the architect. I'll carry the civil liability. The reputational scorched earth. The algorithms flagging my name forever. I'll carry the quarterly calls with Rook, where I have to pretend I don't miss this room. I'll carry it all, she nodded. And I'll carry the morning. The morning, she smiled. A real one. The one that crinkled the corners of her eyes. The one that had made him burn the corner of the spreadsheet. The mornings. The coffee. The emails from clients who need to learn how to sleep. The invoices for $1. The life that happens when the market is closed. She pulled a business card from her coat pocket. Plain white cardstock. Black letterpress. Alina Vance, Executive Presence Principal. She handed it to him. Quarterly retainer, she said. Perspective realignment. Fee, $1. Payable to vendor $999. Marcus took the card. He turned it over. On the back, in her handwriting, still optimizing for the morning. He laughed. A raw, broken sound that echoed in the stone manor. He pulled his own pen, the Mont Blanc, from his pocket. He clicked it. He wrote on the back of the card, beneath her words. Memo line, the morning. Approved. MT. He handed it back. Consider it paid, he said. In advance. For the rest of the quarters, their fingers brushed over the card. The only contact. The only contract that mattered. The fog outside began to thin, revealing the first gray light of dawn bleeding through the cypress rows. The vines emerged, row on row, dormant, waiting for the sun. Eris is downstairs, Marcus said. He wants to walk the rows. He said he's writing his thesis on the cost of deniability in corporate governance. He interviewed Julian yesterday. Alina's eyes softened. Your son. The fracture. He's healing, Marcus said. Better than me. Go to him, she said. Walk the rows. The 2016 Pinot is exceptional. But the 2023 vintage. She gestured to the window, to the waking vines. The 2023 vintage is just dirt and potential right now. It needs tending. Marcus looked at her. The woman who refused $20 million to protect a lie she hadn't told. The woman who rewrote the contract in a room full of lawyers and walked out clean. I'll tend it, he promised. Every quarter. I'll send the report. Don't send a report, she said. Send the pin. The location. Just. Come back, he nodded. Once. Sharp. The CEO gesture. The architect's sign-off. Then he walked to the door. He paused at the threshold, his hand on the cold iron handle. He didn't look back. If he looked back, the ledger wouldn't balance. The anomaly would pull him back into the gravity well of the vineyard, and the machine would never restart. Alina, he said to the doorframe. Marcus, the $1 invoice, he said. I'll pay it. Every time. On time. Net 30, she laughed, the sound light, floating in the settling dust. I wouldn't accept late payment. It ruins the credit rating. He pushed the door open. The fog rushed in, cold and clean, swallowing him whole. Behind him, in the great room, the algorithm, watching, listening, processing, flagged a new entry in the ledger. Vendor 999. Recurring payment. Amount, $1. Description, the morning. Status, approved. Category, unclassifiable. Flag, human review required. The algorithm paused. It ran the pattern recognition. It checked the historical data. It checked the compliance codes. It checked the risk models. It could not categorize it. It could not optimize it. It could not predict the variance. It flagged it for human review. And for the first time in the history of Helix Dynamics, the human review queue had only one name on it. Marcus Thorne. The door clicked shut. The vineyard breathed. Chapter 10. The $1 invoice. The server room on sublevel 3 of Helix Tower didn't hum. It breathed. A low, resonant inhalation of cooled air rushing through raised floors, exhaled as heat behind the locked cages of the compute clusters. Blue LEDs pulsed in rhythmic unison, heartbeats of a corporate organism that never slept, never forgot, and never forgave a rounding error. Process ID 8842, Compliance Audit Continuous V41, woke at 03:14. 07 UTC, exactly as scheduled. It didn't yawn. It didn't stretch. It simply extended its tendrils into the general ledger, the expense management cloud, the CapEx tracker, and the shadow ledgers kept for the board's eyes only. Initiate pattern recognition sweep, vendor anomaly detection. The algorithm had no concept of 6 months. It knew only deltas. The delta between expected and actual. The delta between policy and behavior. It ingested the nightly feed from Rook Technologies, Marcus Thorne's new employer, a data stream flowing through the API gateway established by the Transition Services Agreement. Most of the traffic was noise. Payroll syncs, 401k rollovers, the mundane friction of a giant slowly shedding its skin. Then came the packet from vendor 999. Vance Strategy Group, LLC. Soma District. San Francisco. Principal, Alina Vance. The algorithm paused a nanosecond, an eternity in clock cycles, cross-referencing the tax ID against the person of interest database archived from case file 2020-40806, Thorne, M. Versus. Board of Directors. Match confidence, 99.999%. Flag, Historical Association. Expense fraud/fraternization policy violation/material misstatement. The invoice was trivial. A rounding error in a budget measured in billions. Invoice VSG 2024 Q3042 date. October 14, 2024 description. Consulting services perspective realignment quantity. 1 unit price. $1 total. $1 the algorithm turned the data over, inspecting it from every angle. It checked the GL code. 61,200, executive coaching. Valid. It checked the approval matrix. Auto-approved under $500 threshold. Valid. It checked the banking rails. ACH push from Rook Technologies, operating account Vance Strategy Group operating account. Settled. But the memo field. The algorithm parsed the unstructured text. It ran sentiment analysis. It checked for malware steganography. It compared the string against the 14 million memos processed in the last fiscal year. Memo, still optimizing for the morning. No keyword match. No standard taxonomy. Optimizing appeared in 400,000 memos, usually optimizing cloud spend or optimizing headcount. Morning appeared in 12,000, usually morning stand-up or morning earnings call. The collocation optimizing for the morning returned 0 results in the global corpus. Anomaly score, 9.8/10. Classification, uncategorizable. Action required, human review. The algorithm wrote the flag to the exception queue on the dashboard of Lydia Stern's successor, a woman named Ingrid who drank cold brew from a glass bottle and treated the algorithm like a temperamental oracle. It then released the memory, spun down the query, and waited for the next scheduled sweep. It had done its job. It had found the crack in the foundation. Whether the building fell was no longer its concern. Marcus Thorne stared at the notification on his phone, the screen glowing in the pre-dawn dark of his rented modernist box in the Mission District. Helix compliance bot, exception flagged. Invoice VSG, 2024 Q3042. Review required. He didn't flinch. He didn't curse. He sat on the edge of a mattress that sat directly on the floor. No bed frame, no headboard, no box spring. The room smelled of cold concrete, expensive coffee, and the faint, metallic tang of the bay fog rolling in through the floor-to-ceiling windows he kept cracked open, even in October. 6 months. 183 days since the Mahogany Tribunal. 180 since the press release. 170 since he'd walked out of Helix Tower with a cardboard box containing a chess set, walnut, weighted pieces, a framed photograph of his mother, and a severance agreement he hadn't signed because there wasn't one. He picked up the phone. Thumb hovered. Then he opened the banking app. Payee, Vance Strategy Group, LLC. Amount, $1. Memo, still optimizing for the morning. He hit send. The haptic engine gave a sharp, satisfying thunk. Transaction complete. Reference 990, 8211. He set the phone down on the concrete windowsill. Outside, the city was a circuit board of sodium vapor and LED, the arteries of 101 and 280 pulsing with red and white light. Somewhere in the Soma district, in a brick-walled loft that smelled of paper and rain, Alina would see the notification. She wouldn't laugh. She didn't laugh at the joke anymore. She treated the dollar with the reverence it deserved, the only currency that cleared without a hold, without an audit trail, without a lawyer's red line. Paid, the text would read. Good. The morning is the only KPI that matters. He walked to the kitchenette, a slab of quartz, a Sub-Zero, a Maca brewer. He ground the beans by hand now. A Baratza Forte. The sound of the burrs slicing through the Ethiopian Yirgacheffe was the only noise in the apartment, a ritual violence that grounded him. No Julian to bring him the morning briefing on an iPad. No Lydia to whisper risk vectors in his ear. No Arthur to stare at him with the sad, Heavy eyes of a father sending a son to war. Just the grind. The bloom. The pour. The wait. His phone buzzed again. Not a text. A calendar alert. 0600 a.m. video call. Marcus Thorne. Title, Thesis Defense Prep, The Architecture of Failure. Marcus smiled. A genuine one. The kind that crinkled the corners of his eyes. The kind the algorithm would have flagged as inconsistent with baseline affect 6 months ago. He tapped accept. The screen resolved into Eris's apartment in Cambridge. Books stacked to the ceiling. A whiteboard covered in dense, angry handwriting. Game theory matrices, behavioral econ models, citations from the Wealth of Nations and the Origin of Species. Marcus looked older. Thinner. His hair was longer, pulled back in a messy knot. He wore a cardigan with a hole in the elbow. Dad, Marcus said. No good morning, no hi, just the name leveled like a rifle. Marcus, Marcus replied. He picked up his coffee. Black. No sugar. You look like you haven't slept. I haven't. The committee meets in 4 hours. Chapter 3 is a disaster. My model for executive rationality under duress assumes the agent maximizes utility. You didn't maximize utility. You maximized her, Marcus sipped. The coffee was bright, acidic, perfect. Utility is a construct, Marcus. A story we tell ourselves to make the math work. I optimized for a variable the model couldn't see. Love isn't a variable. It's an error term. Then I'm guilty of ignoring the error term. Cost me $9 billion. Marcus set the mug down. Worth every penny. Marcus stared at him through the screen. The silence stretched, heavy with 3 decades of unspoken things. Missed baseball games, missed recitals, missed moments where a father should have been soft and was instead strategic. Sarah sent me the divorce decree, Marcus said quietly. Finalized last week. She got the Palo Alto house. You kept the... What did you keep? The stock I already owned. The chess set. The photograph, Marcus paused. And the invoice, Marcus snorted, a sharp, ugly sound. The dollar. Mom told me. She said it's the only honest thing you've done in 30 years. Your mother has a flair for the dramatic. She has a flair for the truth, Dad. She cashed the last dividend check yesterday. $2.4 million. She texted me a photo of the deposit slip. Caption, the machine still prints money. Even when the ghost leaves the shell, Marcus closed his eyes. Sarah. The fortress. She had negotiated the postnup with the precision of a surgeon separating conjoined twins, severing the shared vasculature, cauterizing the bleeders, leaving 2 distinct, viable organisms. They spoke every Sunday at 4:00 p.m. 15 minutes. The weather. The grandchildren. The stock price. Never the past. Never the pain. She's strong, Marcus said. She's you, Marcus corrected. Without the spreadsheets. She won. Nobody won Marcus. The game just changed. Marcus picked up a marker, capped it, set it down. My thesis. The conclusion. I wrote that the Thorne model, your model, fails because it treats human capital as a fixed asset. Depreciating. Predictable. But you proved it's a derivative. Volatile. Path-dependent. He looked at the camera, his eyes the same dark brown as Marcus's, the same intensity. You broke your own model to save the only thing that mattered. Does that make you a bad CEO? Or a good father? Marcus felt the familiar tightness in his chest, the pressure behind the ribs that no amount of optimization could resolve. It makes me a man who finally understood the assignment. Too late for the board. Just in time for the morning, Eris nodded. Once. Sharp. Okay. Chapter 3 stays. I'm framing the anomaly as the feature, not the bug. The $1 invoice, a case study in non-monetary equilibrium. Send me the draft. I'll redline it. You'll ruin the prose. I'll optimize the logic, a beat. Eris's face softened, just a fraction. Love you, Dad. Even if you are an anomaly. Love you too, son. Even if you are a liability. The screen went dark. Marcus stared at his reflection in the black glass. Gray at the temples. Lines etched deep by cortisol and caffeine. The face of a man who had burned a kingdom to warm his hands. He finished the coffee. He pulled on a cashmere sweater, charcoal, no logo, bought from a shop in Hayes Valley that didn't take appointments. He laced his boots. Common projects. Scuffed at the toes. He walked out the door, down the stairs, no elevator in this building, onto the sidewalk. The air was cold, smelling of salt and diesel and possibility. He didn't drive. He walked the 1.5 miles to the Rook Technologies campus, a converted warehouse on the edge of Dogpatch. Damien Rook's empire. Chaos with evaluation. Inside, the energy was frantic, loud, alive. Engineers on scooters. Whiteboards covered in code that would be obsolete by Tuesday. No smart glass. No mahogany. Just exposed brick, duct tape, and the terrifying velocity of the new. Damien Rook stood in the center of the bullpen, wearing a vintage Metallica tee and jeans, holding court around a ping-pong table. He saw Marcus enter. He didn't salute. He didn't bow. He tossed a paddle. Thorne. You're late. We're simulating the AWS outage scenario. You're playing the market. Try not to crash the cloud this time. Marcus caught the paddle. The weight was familiar. The grip. I don't crash things anymore, Damien. I just realign them. Bullshit. You crashed $114 billion. Best hire I ever made. Rook grinned, all teeth and chaos. Serve, they played. Marcus lost 3 games to 1. He didn't mind. The rhythm of the ball, thwack, 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 was a metronome for a different kind of time. Not quarterly. Not annual. Just now. At noon, his phone buzzed. A Slack notification from the random channel at Rook. Alina Vance guessed, the invoice has cleared. Memo accepted. General ledger is clean. Alina Vance guessed, also I saw the ping-pong score. Rook 3 Thorne 1. You're letting him win. Marcus typed with one thumb, leaning against a pillar. Marcus Thorne, I'm optimizing for his ego. It's cheaper than litigation. Marcus Thorne, how's the view from the ground floor? The 3 dots appeared. Waited. Vanished. Appeared again. Alina Vance guessed, rain on the brick. The algorithm flagged the dollar. Ingrid from compliance emailed me. Please provide business justification for $1 consulting fee. Alina Vance guessed. I replied, perspective realignment. The client was optimizing for the wrong horizon. Correction applied. Alina Vance guessed. She closed the ticket. Approved. Anomaly resolved. Marcus stared at the screen. Anomaly resolved. The algorithm had flagged it. A human had reviewed it. The human had read the memo, understood the context, and clicked approve. The system had swallowed the anomaly and digested it. Marcus Thorne, the algorithm learns. Alina Vance guessed, the algorithm doesn't learn. The human reviewing the queue learns. That's the difference. Marcus Thorne, when do I see you? Alina Vance guessed, tonight. 7 p.m. The vineyard. Terroir. I bought it. Marcus froze. The ping-pong ball bounced off his paddle, unreturned, rolling into a corner. Marcus Thorne, you. What? Alina Vance guessed. Settlement money. Gloria's fee. The book advance. The speaking fees from How Not to Get Eaten by Your Board, plus the $1 quarterly retainers. It adds up. The previous owner died. His kids wanted cash. Closed escrow Tuesday. Marcus Thorne, you own Terroir. Alina Vance guessed. I own the Stone Manor. The vines. The cellar. The view. No cameras. No smart glass. Just damp earth and cypress trees. Marcus Thorne, Alina. Alina Vance guessed. Don't Alina me. Bring a bottle. Something you don't have to pretend to like. And Marcus. Marcus Thorne, yes. Alina Vance guessed. Wear the sweater. The charcoal one. It matches the fog. He put the phone in his pocket. His heart was beating in a rhythm that had nothing to do with quarterly guidance or EBITDA margins. It was a messy, irrational, volatile rhythm. A derivative with no underlying asset. Thorne. Earth to Thorne, Rook waved a hand. You're vibrating. Did the market just crash? Did the Fed pivot? What? Marcus looked at the most powerful rival in the valley. The vulture. The chaos agent. The man who had handed him a sword when the board took his crown. He didn't crash, Marcus said, his voice steady low. He just found the morning. Rook blinked. Then he laughed, a bark of surprise. Jesus, Thorne. You're turning into a poet. Get back in the game. We have a cloud to break before earnings. Marcus picked up the paddle. He bounced the ball on the rubber. Thwack. 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 He served. The drive north was a blur of gold and green. Highway 29. The silver spine of the Napa River flashing beside him. He didn't take the helicopter. He drove the Porsche, an older 911, air-cooled analog demanding attention. The engine sang behind his ears, a mechanical symphony with no software mediation. He pulled through the gates of Terroir, just as the sun began its long, slow slide behind the Mayacamas. The cypress rows stood like sentinels. The stone manor, honey-colored and moss-softened, glowed in the low light. No security booth. No badge reader. Just a gravel drive crunching under tires. She was waiting on the terrace. Not in a power suit. Not in the armor of the executive ambassador. She wore a cream-colored cashmere wrap over a simple silk dress, her feet bare on the warm flagstones. Her hair was loose, caught the wind. She held 2 wine glasses, stemless, thick glass, the kind you don't worry about chipping. She didn't smile. Not broadly. Her eyes just softened, the pupils dilating. The micro-expression of recognition that no algorithm could ever parse, only the human soul. You're late, she said. Her voice was the same. Smoke and honey. The sound of the morning. Traffic on 29, he lied. He had driven 90 the last 20 miles. The algorithm suggested an alternate route. I ignored it, good boy. The algorithm doesn't know the potholes by the railroad crossing. She poured. A deep, violent purple. The 2016 Burgundy he'd loved. The one they drank from paper cups that first night. She handed him a glass. Their fingers brushed. The contact sparked something ancient and terrifying, continuity. To the morning, she said. To the morning, he echoed. They clinked glasses. The sound was thin, bright. Perfect. He drank. It tasted of earth, of cherry of time. It tasted like $9 billion and a single dollar bill. It tasted like the ledger, finally balanced. Eris defended the thesis, he said. He's getting the tenure track, I saw the tweet. The architecture of failure, bold title. He credits the anomaly. He is the anomaly. The best one you ever made. Marcus looked at the vines, row on row, marching into the fog. Julian called me yesterday. From a federal holding facility in Dublin. Pleaded out. 2 years. He sends his regards. In his way, Alina's face didn't change. Lydia Stern is running for Senate. On a platform of algorithmic accountability, she uses the Thorne case as her opening anecdote. Arthur, retired to his vineyard in Sonoma. He sends a case of Cabernet every Christmas. The note always says, still watching the spreadsheet. And Sarah, Alina turned to him, her head tilting. The question she asked every quarter. The only metric that mattered. She cashed the dividend, Marcus said. She texted Eris a photo. She's peaceful. She plays bridge on Tuesdays. She volunteers at the hospital. She doesn't ask about me. She doesn't need to. Good, Alina said. Peace is the rarest asset class. Illiquid. Non-transferable. You can't buy it on the open market. No, Marcus agreed. You have to build it. $1 at a time. He set his glass down on the stone railing. He reached into his pocket, not for his phone, but for a folded piece of paper. Crisp. Heavy stock. Embossed letterhead, Vance Strategy Group. He unfolded it. Placed it on the stone between them. Invoice VSG 2025 Q1001 date. April 14, 2025 description. Consulting services, perspective realignment, annual renewal, quantity, 1 unit price, $1 total, $1 memo, still optimizing for the morning. Perpetuity clause invoked. Alina picked it up. She read it. She didn't laugh. She didn't cry. She pulled a pen from her wrap pocket, Mont Blanc, black ink, and signed the approved line at the bottom. A. Vance. 4/14/2025. She handed it back to him. Perpetuity, she said. That's a long time, Marcus. Even for a long-only fund. I don't manage funds anymore, Alina. I manage mornings. He took the paper. He folded it carefully, precisely, the way he used to fold the quarterly board deck. He put it in the breast pocket of his sweater. Over his heart. The fog rolled in, swallowing the valley, swallowing the vines, swallowing the stone manor, leaving only the two of them on the terrace, floating in the white silence. No board. No algorithm. No billion-dollar ledger. Just the rain starting to fall on the cypress trees. Just the smell of damp earth. Just the sound of her breathing, steady and deep, the only rhythm he had ever needed to follow. He didn't reach for her hand. He didn't need to. The connection was already posted. The transaction cleared. The books balanced. In the ledger of power, the $9 billion loss was a rounding error. The $1 invoice was the only entry that balanced the books.